I'm on 128 days of retention, and for this video I'm going to be talking about conscious creation and how to do that, how I do that, how I use the tools that I understand in order to live the life that I'm living and progress consistently in the direction of my liking, how semen retention plays a part in that. And basically, if you are religious or you are unaware of the laws of the universe, or you just think it's witchcraft, this video is probably not for you. And a lot of you already understand the laws of the universe, you already understand the law of attraction, you already understand the law of vibration. So maybe this video would be a waste of time, maybe it will be a reminder, I don't know. But basically, I just stay in my mind. I ignore reality, and I don't give in to anything that I don't want. And what I've learned throughout my life as I take advantage of the law of attraction, because the law of attraction is constantly in use in the background. You have a non-physical part of you. Like I said, a lot of you guys already understand this, so it's just going to be things you probably already heard or things you just know already, but some of you may not understand this, and a lot of you are retaining, which is already the hardest thing to do, but your life isn't changing. And I want to support you in giving you information that's actually going to get you to where you want to with very little effort. That's what's so cool about taking advantage of these laws, is you see, like I was going to say, you see that you aren't of this world. Everybody else is concerned with physicality and working through physicality, thinking that physical effort is going to get you to where you want to be. So I'm able to live in a neighborhood where I'm the youngest person in this neighborhood. I have my own house. I don't have to work. I don't have to clock into a 9 to 5. I can wake up whenever I want. I can do whatever I want. I can eat whatever I want. I can do anything that I want. I model, I make music, I work with clients and help them on their fitness journey. Those are the things that I'm interested in doing right now. And I can do whatever I want. I don't have to show up for anybody. I don't have to do anything. I don't have any obligations. I don't have to clock in and listen to somebody else tell me what to do. And I don't want you to sacrifice your life and work for somebody else. I don't want you to listen to these guys who are praising about religion, who don't know what they're talking about. I don't want you to continue watching SR content for the rest of your life and then wondering why nothing is improving in your life. I don't want you to listen to anything other than the real information, and that it doesn't have to come from me. A lot of you understand that there are people who have been talking about the law of attraction since the beginning of time, because it's not a new age concept. So if you find that this is going to benefit you, I would say the easiest way to get what you want is to ignore reality, is to stay in your mind. And there are methods that you can use. Your imagination creates reality. That's what you have to understand, that your thinking creates reality, that your thoughts turn into beliefs, which create the circumstances that you are going to experience in your life. And if you don't understand that, you will be a person who is constantly unaware of why things are happening in their life. And then you're going to show up in the world like one of these people who are ignorant and blame other things. Let's say you just relapsed recently on retention, and you're one of those guys who just can't keep it together. You think that somebody is sending agents after you. You think that someone is affecting your journey as a being on this planet. And I'm not saying that that can't happen, but I'm saying that it happens through invitation, only through your vibration. Your vibration is the combination of the average of your thoughts. Your vibration is the average of your thoughts. If your thoughts are in a very negative place and you think that people can assert into your experience, that's where your frequency is at, and that's what you're going to experience. And I've lived through all these different levels of frequency, and I've gotten to the point where I understand it well enough that I have a life that I can say I genuinely enjoy doesn't mean that I'm not striving for better. It just means that shit is fucking easy. And I want it to be easy for you too. And maybe, let's say you want a house right now, but you don't even have the money to buy a house. Maybe you want a girlfriend. Maybe you just don't want to relapse on semen retention. Maybe you want a relationship with a certain type of person. It doesn't even have to be a romantic relationship. Maybe you want a business relationship with a certain type of person. Maybe you want a certain physique. Maybe you just want money. Maybe you just want to enjoy a trip somewhere. You know, anything that you want is created the same way. The circumstances that you're living now are being experienced by you because you believe that you will and have to experience them through your own limiting beliefs, or there is an awareness that you have that you are constantly co-creating with the universe. And there's different methods that you can use in order to create circumstances that you would like. There are certain methods within the law of attraction space that has been talked about for a long time. If any of you know Neville Goddard, then you understand that he would use a method of, before you go to sleep, have an imaginary act in your mind, because your brain waves are susceptible to modification, that you can easily imagine something during that state and you're not thinking too hard, you're not trying too hard. It doesn't feel like you're, birthing a child. It is more of a play. And if you treat it like a play, it will happen easily. One of the things that I've noticed is if I lightly imagine things, they happen very fast. They materialize very quickly. And with the boosted energy on semen retention, they will materialize very quickly. So think about the situations that you want in life as if you are already living them. Think about the person that you want to be as you are already that person. Think about the circumstances that you want to experience, and think of the moment that you are experiencing those circumstances and how you would feel and how you would be thinking during those moments. And then think from that place, not from the place of, oh, I want this thing, I don't have this thing. Think from the place of having it. So if you want X amount of money, you think about all the things that you would be thinking if you had that amount of money. If you are wanting a house, think about the feelings and thoughts that you would have by living in that house. You would probably be grateful that you're living in your own house now, that you have the capability of no responsibilities to the extent that the rest of the world does. And the thing is, the struggle that you may have is that you are going to be deviating from the rest of the world and how they operate. They want to follow religion, they want to blame other people. Maybe someone that just relapsed and they're over here saying, oh, society's throwing all this shit at my face, it's agents, Jezebels are after me, I'm getting attacked. They're dumb. They don't understand that every circumstance that they're experiencing is only happening because they're inviting and manifesting that. So you can quickly change what you're experiencing, your circumstances in your life, by changing your internal state. When I say that non-physical forces are assisting you, you have a higher self, which is constantly trying to get you onto the path that you should be on. And your non-physical self is the biggest contribution to how things show up in your life. You may be working out, but nothing is changing. You may be working really hard for money, but nothing is changing. You may be a really good guy, but you can't find the right woman. Nothing is changing because you are too worried about the physical reality, which is a mirror. If you go into the mirror and you're like, why is the mirror me not smiling? But you're not smiling. You can't expect the mirror to change if you're not doing what you want the mirror to do. And life is the same way. You can't show up waiting for the outside to change if your internal hasn't changed yet. So you have to think from the place of already smiling or already having what you want. And then semen retention will actually boost all of your manifestations. You will actually have more energy to hold larger is relative, But what I mean is you have an easier time holding in manifestations because you have so much energy, and you will be able to manifest a lot quicker with the boosted energy that you have from semen retention. But to get to the bottom of this, how do you manifest? Let's say you want a dog, okay? To keep it pretty simple. First of all of us have limiting beliefs. And your limiting beliefs are a combination of thoughts that have built up so much momentum that you have a certain judgment or opinion on a certain subject. So you may believe that it's really hard to get the dog that I want, that I don't know if I'll be able to take care of the dog, or I'm in a situation where I can't have a dog, or there's this opinionated version of yourself that isn't allowing you to have what you want. And that is the resistance that you've built up through momentum of years of thinking towards a certain subject that is blocking you having what you want easily. But the way to work around this is choose an easy subject so that you can practice the law of attraction, and then see that it's easy to think about something, and then it shows up in your reality. And it's not so physical effort filled. It's not like you have to go work a 9 to 5 for the rest of your life and that's going to get you money. It's not going to get you money. It's not going to get you to where you really want. And that's why I say some of the things that you may have to face in this world as you continue on co-creating with the universe is a lot of people are not going to understand how this actually works, and they are fulfilling their life's purpose in the wrong way by only caring about physicality and thinking that, oh, well, you're not being realistic. Realism is a concept. It is not a factual, stagnant state of being. It is what you believe to be true, and you experience those things, so then you say it's real. But somebody else can be experiencing something totally different. I've had friends where they can't even believe that I'm living the life that I'm living because in their mind, they have too many limiting beliefs that are blocking them from having the same shit or better from what I'm living, because they don't understand that it's not physical effort. It's not, I'm going to do this and then get that. It's, I'm going to become it internally, and then that will naturally manifest in my life. If you are waiting on a manifestation, if you are waiting for the outside to change, it's never going to happen. You have to be that person. So it's kind of like when you relapse and you're blaming other things, you're blaming all these external factors. You're not realizing the only reason that you're facing certain circumstances is because you really weren't solid enough in your identification with what you desire. And if you are solid enough with what you desire, where the external is not being bothersome to your internal state has to physicalize. But if you are constantly contradicting your vibration, saying, well, I'm a retainer, but then you're relapsing, you're not aligning with the actions of a retainer. You're not aligning with the actions of the person that you want to be. So therefore, the circumstances that show up in your life are going to be in contradiction to what you want, because your internal state is constantly contradicting itself. So if you're saying that I really want a girlfriend, but women are horrible, I mean, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? You're going to attract horrible women, and then you're going to constantly blame women and say, oh, women are fucking horrible, when the truth is that you have built up a belief system that paints women out to be a certain way, so your reality has to shit that out. It has to show you what you believe, which is an amazing feature in this reality that we live in, because your reflection is a constant, the reflection that you're getting back from the external, from the 3D, from the physical reality, the reflection that you are receiving is it's in direct relation to what is going on in your internal state. And it is a direct reflection of your previous thoughts and the momentum that you have built up. That doesn't mean that your internal state is not changing. But if you keep looking to the external, if you say, well, I've been thinking about attracting good women, but all I see is horrible women, there you go again. You're contradicting yourself. The universe is not listening to anybody else but you. And if you say, no, this is what I attract, I'm thinking that way, I already know I've attracted it because that is what I deserve, that is what I want, and I'm in alignment, and my thoughts and my actions with that person who has that thing, the universe isn't saying, oh, but he used to think this way, so I'm gonna just, no. you're thinking that way now, it's going to show up as you thinking that way, and you're going to be open to opportunities that are in alignment with your new state of being. So let's say that you want a house. If you want to manifest that, if let's say you have no money right now, you cannot, it may be too big of a jump for you to think, oh, I'm going to be in my new house tomorrow. But you can build beliefs, you can build thoughts that you are the type of person who gets opportunities that allow you to be financially free. You can believe and start thinking thoughts that are in alignment with the person who owns a house, with the person who has certain things. And then you will see your reality start to change. But if you are constantly contradicting your thoughts, if you think, well, one day, if you think on Monday, for the whole day you've been doing good, you're like, I'm living in my new house, everything's great, you know, I'm very grateful for this house that I'm living in. And then on Tuesday, you're like, where the fuck is it? That's not what you would be thinking. You have to continue. You have to force feed your mind by reaffirming the state of being that you want to be in. And that is the easiest way. That's what's always worked for me. That's what I do. Some people, they like to visualize, like I said, like Neville Goddard, he would talk about, you know, before you go to sleep, put yourself in an imaginary act. I've done that before. It works really well for me, but I usually don't do that. Honestly, I just think. I just think words, like think verbal words instead of being so visually active. Maybe being visually and looking at things visually and imagining things visually, it's a great way to get what you want, because it's really putting you in the state of being, and you can really, you know, imagine yourself in, maybe you want to take a trip to Hawaii or some shit, and now you're like imagining that you're there, and you're able for, you know, just a couple seconds, maybe a couple minutes, really feel like you're there and think how that person that you are in that moment would be thinking. So you can do that. But for me, it's just a lot easier to just think. I make music, so I'm more of an audible, like audio kind of person. Like it's just how I'm wired. It's easier for me to think words and just be consistent in my word affirmations, my thoughts that are just developed off of just straight words, because it takes more effort for me to be constantly visualizing stuff when I have to go throughout my day and I'm doing something else. I'll have moments where I do that and it's enjoyable. You don't want it to be like this effort. That's what I'm saying. Find the easiest method for you that works. If going to sleep at night, and usually I'll meditate before I go to sleep, that's a great way for you to get into the right state of mind for you to actually modify your vibration. And you'll start to see that it gets easier and easier. Maybe you have certain limiting beliefs. Like I said, start with something that's easy, and then you'll see that the law of attraction works, and then you can move on to the more, resistant filled subjects. Because if you start with a hard one, like let's say you want a fucking castle tomorrow, it's the same process. If you want to manifest a dog and you want to manifest a castle, it's the same exact process, but you may have, through society's momentum and their collective conscious and how they've limited us and programmed us to think that things are hard, that life is hard, that everything is hard, you have to work for fucking money. It's stupid. And that's why I'm saying you're going to develop such a mindset where you're no longer going to relate to people and how they live and their physical way of looking at things. They're only looking at the physical. All the studies that you see, all the science that you see, all of that is never considering the one thing that is actually contributing to the circumstances being built: vibration. They're never looking at vibration, because you can't conduct vibration in the way that is going to be so accurate that you know exactly why a certain effect was taking place, because it is internal and is constantly changing. So in order to work on the easy things, you just think about them. You just think about, like, oh, okay, if let's say something that happened, you're playing basketball and you won your game. You're a basketball player. You were playing with your team. You won your last game, and that's been in your mind. Let's say you had something to eat. Maybe you had a burger earlier to eat. What were you thinking? Maybe you're not consciously aware of it, but in order for you to experience anything physically, you have to understand that it's happening internally. So maybe you're just not aware of your thoughts. Meditate. You have to meditate in order to become aware of your thoughts. And then what happens is you start becoming so conscious. It's not self-conscious, but in order to co-create and keep a consistent field, You have to be aware of every thought that is going into your mind and every thought that you are outputting, because that is going to be in contribution to what you're creating in the future. So you may not be aware, but when you're having that burger, you're thinking, I'm gonna have a burger right now. So what do you think? Oh my God, this burger's, you may not even be thinking about it consciously, but you are thinking about it. You know, like, I'm eating food right now. This is what I'm eating. This is what I did today. That's the person that you are, and that is the circumstances you are experiencing, because that's the person that you are. It's not that that's the person that you are because these things happened. No, you are the person, and then these things happen. Not, oh my God, I experienced this, so now that I believe this. That's like you looking to the external and then developing your internal state off of what you experience in the external, meaning that your internal isn't really solid, because you are constantly changing who you are and what you think and what you believe off of shit that it has nothing to do with you. It is your previous shadow of thinking. So in order to get what you really want, to materialize what you really want, I mean, you're already doing simmer retention, which is the hardest fucking thing. So use the energy to actually get what you want. Stop looking outside. Stop listening to these religious people who are saying, oh, you have to praise somebody else. Jesus was saying the same fucking thing. He was saying you create your own reality. You have the life of God. I'm so connected to source that I can have and do what I want. He said that you would be doing greater things than him. So why are you going to listen to someone else? Why are you going to listen to the external when your mind is the controller of the game? You just have to believe that that is the case. But if you don't, what kind of reflection do you think you're going to get back? You're going to get back the reflection that you're not in power, that you have to do certain things in order to gain power, gain success, that you have to move in this physical world just like everyone else in order to get the reflection that you want. And it's fickle, and it's not long lasting, and it's fragile, and it's not really real, because you're working so hard for things that you want to get, and then you don't realize that you're not going to be able to maintain it because your vibration has been in a state of hard work and effort and suffering. Everybody wants to be the best sufferer. Everybody wants to, struggle and work hard. Why not have shit easy? It's not a badge of honor to say, oh, this is how much I struggled. It's stupid. That is a slave mindset. It's ignorant to think that if you struggled more for something, that makes you more deserving, or that makes you more valuable. No, that just tells me that you have no idea how the world works, and that you actually are moving as a programmed being instead of moving as a conscious creator. When all you have to do is, if I want something, I already have it, because I already know that the internal state of having it means that I have it. And the only reason that you want something is because you think that it's going to make you feel better in the first place. So if you actually feel better in the moment, and you actually feel the feeling of having it, then that thing has to materialize in your physical reality. But you're doing all these things, all these physical effort things in order to get somewhere when you don't have to. Even if you're training really hard, there's people who train all the time and train really fucking hard, and they don't enjoy it. They're constantly telling themselves that nothing is changing, and they're eating right, and they're doing all this, and then nothing fucking changes. Their physique looks the fucking same. But if you tell yourself that things are changing, that you have your desired physique, that things are actually working out for you, that you can eat anything that you want, that food does not affect you. Now I'm going to get into the realm that people are hardly going to be able to comprehend this, because they think that certain things in the external have intrinsic value and traits that will affect their internal state. Like, oh, if I eat too much sugar, then I'm gonna get fat. Or if I eat this, then I'm gonna get fat. Or if I do this, then that's gonna affect me in this way. No, it is your belief and your thought that that thing holds any power over you. That's why it's able to affect you in that way. Somebody could be eating candy all fucking day and it never affects them. They could be a skinny fuck and they eat like all the donuts in the fucking world and it never fucking affects them, because they understand that it's not the external, or they're just unconscious of the beliefs that they have with their relationship on the subject. How is it that some people are able to attract a good woman and they don't even fucking try because they're not hating on women, but the rest of the world is hating on women and all they see is horrible women? Why do you think that is? Is because of the collective momentum you've built up on a particular subject isn't allowing you to experience anything outside of that vibrational threshold. You can't see the shit, and then you want to look towards the world and think that they're going to have the answers, yet they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're a bunch of rats in a cage, and then they're going to tell you, oh no, you're being unrealistic. Really, I'm being unrealistic, but why is my life better than yours? I'm being unrealistic, but why are you working your ass off? You're not making as much money, and I wake up whenever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want. I don't have to do shit. I could be beating my dick every day if I wanted to, and I would still be waking up in this house and be enjoying the fucking sun and be doing whatever the fuck I wanted and be enjoying and spending my money. I could do whatever the fuck I want. I could sit down and play video games all day if I wanted to. I could record all fucking day. No, I don't have to clock in like, hey, I'm gonna be, no, fuck that. No, you don't want to do that. Have people be mad at you. Have people say that you're being unrealistic. Have people learn that what they're doing is wrong, and then you will take advantage of the laws that you understand in the universe that is actually real. It's a concrete law, and most of you already know this. It's a concrete law that is constantly being used in the background of your non-physical mind. It is the non-physical part of you that is contributing to how you're experiencing things. But if you don't realize this, you're going to be one of these dumbasses working your whole life and you never have shit. And you're just going to come on camera, you're going to be complaining, you're going to be like, oh, I relapsed because society is fucking throwing all this shit at me, they're throwing agents at me, fucking, you know, witches everywhere, and Simran's attention is demonic. You don't be a dumbass. Don't just dive into the external without understanding the external is the way it is because of your internal state. So if you want something, completely be aware of the fact that you already have it. If you want something, you wouldn't have the desire for that thing if you weren't meant to have it. You want that thing because you know deep down that you're supposed to have it. And that's why you came into this physical game, so that you can focus and so that you can experience what it's like being source energy encapsulated in this physical form and materializing the experiences that you want in this dream. Because that's the point, for you to have fun, not for you to fucking struggle and listen to the fucking programmers of the game. They don't want you to have fun. They want you to be a slave. They want you to not think for yourself. So they're gonna put out all these distractions so that you never go inside of your mind. So you go get a fucking job, so you go do this and you work for this person, and then you're fucking 70 years old, you've been working your whole life and you don't have a cent to your fucking name because this whole time you thought that listening to them was going to help you. Listening to yourself is going to help you, and you already know what you need to do. This information isn't new to you. It is what your soul already understands, and maybe you just need a reminder for it. And a lot of you guys already understand this, so it's not new. And for any of the religious people, just, if you even stuck around for this, it's because you know that you should be thinking this way. But how's that working out? I mean, it's just not. It really isn't. And that doesn't mean that you're a bad person if you don't succumb to trying to be a righteous religious fuck. It's just saying that you understand how the universe works. There is no such thing as good and bad. There's no such thing as right or wrong. All it is, the universe doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. All it knows is you're thinking this way, I'm gonna give you exactly what you're thinking. It is a reflection of your internal state. So hopefully this helps in you deciphering how this works a little bit. And I mean, like I said, I could be beating my dick every day. I could be ejaculating every day, and I understand that things would still be easy for me. But I identify with the person that is retaining, so that's why I'm able to retain, and it be pretty fucking easy for me, you know? Like, I don't have to struggle, or I don't have to go work a fucking job, because I believe that I don't have to. And I've built up so much momentum that the universe is going to support me in all of my desires as I wish anyway. Why wouldn't you want to be having an easy life? Do you want to be that person that's like, oh, I'm working this job, and yeah, I'm such a hard fucking worker, I'm struggling my ass off, and then when I go to sleep, I'm still empty because I'm fucking listening to the cage. The cage is telling me what to do, and I'm just being a good puppet. I'm just being a good NPC because I don't want to stand out too much. I don't want to be unrealistic. And if I can say that I'm working hard and struggling so much, then the people inside of the game are going to congratulate me. They're not even fucking real anyway. I'm on day 108 of retention, and it's come to my realization that so many men do need a reminder for this. As much as I may think I have a handle on retention itself, there are many men who continue to relapse continue to edge and don't really understand retention. There was one comment which I've been receiving over multiple videos regarding the placebo effect that retention has, and that due to scientific evidence, retention isn't actually a practice that contains these benefits, that it'll give you prostate cancer, and that there's multiple studies that state that there is no real benefit to holding in your seed. And you can align yourself with this concept, and you can believe in these doctors and these scientists who most likely don't retain. I wouldn't trust anybody that doesn't retain or has never tried it. Anybody who's really tried retention understands that the benefits are real. The so-called benefits are a consequence of you retaining. But to blindly follow experimentation that you haven't observed, your eyes haven't seen these studies, your eyes haven't seen these people, you don't know exactly what has gone on behind the scenes. I think that if you saw what was really going on, and if you saw the details of these studies, you would understand it's bullshit, and that the media is something you can't trust, and that these scientific studies is something that you can't trust, especially blindly, and think that just because, you know, a couple of people tried retention and those people got prostate cancer, I would question that. I would question, why is it that media, why is it that these studies, why is it that all of these people are telling us to release our seed, our life force, our testosterone, our DNA, and acting as if it's this normal thing to do, and that it's actually beneficial for us to just lose our life force, to drain ourselves. I would ask you to question, why is semen retention such a difficult subject to find hard evidence on? Why is it that we weren't taught this? If it was important for us to release our seed, why was that not encouraged to the extent of it being a subject with health class or sex ed? Why is that something that it only comes up when you look for it, and then when you look for it, the advice is, yeah, go ahead, you know, jack off a couple times a month, you're gonna be fine, you won't get prostate cancer. But your immune system is running at top efficiency when you're on retention. I don't remember the last time I got sick. And I think if you're going to trust anybody when it comes to this, you should trust the people that you know are truly retaining. I think there's some things you can observe within people that would make them a reliable source. With my last video, I'm not saying that all creators are, you know, after your money or just trying to lie to you or edge you, but a lot of them are. And I want to continue to encourage you to think for yourself. And if you are in a place of needing assistance or needing a reminder, that's okay. I was there too. But you do eventually get to the place where you understand that building your own life, your own kingdom, your own legacy is of top importance. It's the most significant thing that you can do for yourself, and using semen retention as the fuel for that. It seems like all of these, oh, semen retention is placebo comments come from people who have never retained before or don't even want to try. I think deep down, a lot of these people wish they could retain, like you're most likely retaining. And if you've relapsed recently, don't beat yourself up on the fact that you've relapsed. I see a lot of comments saying that you've relapsed and you feel like shit and that you're so disappointed in yourself. But take into account that this relapse is going to teach you why retention is important, and that the longer you retain a lot of the benefits, they become normalized, and it's just a part of your life now. You don't necessarily feel the glow because it's just how you are. It's just how you look. Your eyes are pure and white. You have that serious gaze. You have the boosted test. You have the energy. And although it's increasing every day, it's become such a part of your life that it's no longer this new drug, this new excitement, the way that it was when you first started your streak and you went from being depleted to finding these new levels of energy and all the other benefits. Don't beat yourself up because the world is already doing that for you. And it's not going to be any easier if you continue to make it hard on yourself, and sitting in that shame, sitting in that guilt is not going to be the most positive force of momentum to really push you forward. You know, learn something from your relapse and then really make it a goal to make the most out of your next streak, however long that lasts. Maybe you just went for 7 days and you relapsed. You were really feeling the energy, but it's been difficult to hold that in. You also have to understand your body is getting acclimated to the fact that this energy is within you. You've most likely been depleted for a very long time. As soon as this energy is starting to be absorbed by you and contained within your vessel, it can be very difficult to hold that in for long periods of time if your body hasn't been oriented that way. It's been wired to release. It's been a habitual thing for you to just deplete yourself, and your body is acclimated to that state of survival, yet you're trying something new and you're not going to be ready. You're not going to be able to pour a gallon into a cup. You know, you have to understand that your vessel needs to become acclimated to holding this much energy in. And it took me many streaks to just surpass 100 days. And I remember on my last 100 days, it was as if I was going to fucking explode. So don't beat yourself up in the sense of sitting in those negative feelings. You know, be angry at yourself, but don't turn it into a habit of just being disappointed. You know, you did something that most men will never even try to do, that most men come on here and they think that it's completely fake, and they just disregard it completely. They don't want to try it, and they actually think that it would be a negative thing for them to try it. But you're willing to actually try it. So give yourself credit where that credit is due, but then be hard on yourself to continue moving forward and actually set goals for yourself that have nothing to do with semen retention, so that you can actually focus on those goals. Let the days pass, but while they're passing, you're making them count, and you're actually making the most out of semen retention. You know, don't edge. Don't fall into things that are going to trigger you. I saw a comment of, you know, a lot of people are watching movies, and a lot of these movies have sex scenes, and then you get triggered, and it's like you have a wet dream, you get disappointed in yourself. You're like, well, I had a wet dream. I'm just going to go relapse because I had a wet dream. And it's like, you don't have to take it that far. A wet dream isn't a relapse. You're not consciously releasing. And your unconscious release isn't going to be the same as a conscious release. In quality sperm, the quality of your release is going to be very different. It's going to be built up negative energy that needs to be released. It's no longer going to refurbish your body, but it would be detrimental to you to actually hold that energy in. And a lot of the time after a wet dream, if it's a sexual dream, you've most likely been edging, you've most likely been entertaining the idea of that, and you'll have a sexual dream, and it'll feel like kind of like a relapse in the sense of, well, I didn't want this to happen, right? But if you're just having you don't remember the dream kind of thing, and it's like, you know, a blank slate, it's more of your body cleansing what it doesn't need, the energy it doesn't need. So also take that into account, that as you are holding in all this energy, your body understands on a chemical level, and your energy is going to cleanse what it doesn't need. So don't just fall back into a binge. Don't fall back into something that you know isn't going to be positive for you just because you experienced maybe, you know, a little bit of a detour, something that is unpreferable, but you can turn it into something that is desirable. And you do that by understanding why you're doing retention in the first place. Is this to attract women? Are you doing this to attract women? Are you doing this so that you can be seen as somebody? Or are you doing this so that you can get the benefits? And are you just trying it out? You have to understand your why and understand, how far am I actually willing to take this? Do I really want to be the person that never has to look at porn ever again, never has to lust or objectify women ever again? And am I willing to turn this practice and use it as fuel to turn my life into something that has been something I couldn't even imagine as a depleted fuck? You're not acclimated to the potential that you could be aware of, that you could really reach when you're depleted. You're not even aware of your potential when you're depleted. So if you just relapsed, remember to get back into the gym, train hard as you can, deal with the emotions. Remember, I would take notes about how I felt after a relapse, and then I would look back on them during my streak. Whenever I feel, you know, discouraged, I would look back on my notes after me being depleted, and I would see that the state of me being depleted was completely unpreferable to me. You know, realizing how weak I feel physically, realizing how mentally weak I felt in those moments is something you have to remember. But also realizing that once you get on retention, you may not experience the same benefits as somebody you're watching in these videos. And I know I previously stated that, oh, you shouldn't look towards making friends in this community, or you shouldn't retain and look for, you know, a shoulder to lean on. But there's a time and a place for everything. To emphasize this concept, it's like, don't just do this and think that you have to use this energy to somehow force your way into a community that doesn't feel good, or it's a way for you to really create bonds from a sense of still being weak. If it's a natural thing for you to be involved in this community and you feel like it's a positive reinforcement watching these videos and watching other people's videos, and you're getting hyped up about the practice, it's keeping you on semen retention, that's great. But you don't need it. It's not a need. I mean, maybe for the time being it is, but it shouldn't become a crutch. And the more that you can rely on your own understanding, you know, a lot of people want to say self-worship is bad, but you are made in the divine's image. So worshiping yourself is worshiping the divine. Understanding your own power and standing in that is being, it's not being arrogant. It's not being cocky. It is being humble to the extent that you are willing to look outside of yourself and not really understand your power is a form of neglecting the divine. In my opinion, if you are not willing to stand in your own power and stand in your confidence and really love yourself, and at least try to the fullest. Semen retention is a form of self-love, and it's a form of self-respect, and your self-value is going to increase the longer that you retain. But if you deplete yourself, you are going against the natural law. It's normal for you to retain. There's no other species that releases their seed the way that humans do. We do it, a lot of us do it every fucking day. You know, there's some people that do it every day. You know, I've finally made it past 100 days. And to me, this has become not just a practice, but such a positive, beneficial thing for my life that I can't see myself going back. I can't see myself being depleted. I can't see myself enjoying those things anymore. The longer you retain, it's like a release scares the fuck out of me. Honestly, if I'm not making a baby, that shit scares me. It gives me anxiety to even think about releasing my seed. And if you've ever like brought yourself to the edge, whether you're having sex with a woman or you're watching porn or you're just jerking yourself off, and then you get to that moment of you like, you're about to ejaculate and it doesn't feel good. Like your mind overestimates how good the feeling of sex is going to be. Your mind creates this narrative around the woman or the porn that you're watching or the feeling of it, and it like emphasizes this feeling and turns it into something more powerful than it really is. Because then once you get to that climax, it's like, what, that was it? Like it just fucking spilled out, and now I'm weak and I lost all my benefits, and that was it. I did all of this retention just for what, fucking 10 seconds of me just leaking all that energy out. And think about it, the longer you're retaining and then you release, if you went for 30 days and then you release, that's 30 days of high quality juice. And you're just gonna waste that on a video. You're just gonna waste that on some bitch you don't know. You're just gonna waste that on those 10 seconds of pleasure. So you can make the most out of retention by not just doing retention and making that the goal, but having real goals. Like it could be financial goals, it could be physical goals. Expanding your consciousness is the most important thing. If you're doing retention, you're naturally going to be gravitated towards more spiritual things, looking inward, observing the world, and having more appreciation for God's creation. Just because I don't worship an entity, just because I don't sign or align myself to a religion, does not mean that retention has not allowed me to become more appreciative of the divine itself. And understanding this community, you have to read between who's really honest and who's not, just like any other community. And you have to decipher for yourself what's actually positive for you. If you find that you're just watching a bunch of videos and it has become like such a habit to the point where it's almost holding you back, you're not willing to do the work because you're so excited about receiving the benefits. You're so excited about, how this person's streak is going or what you're going to experience next. But unknowingly, you would actually experience more benefits if you got them out of your mind and started training, started creating a piece of art or starting a business, aligning yourself to a subject that you really enjoy, that you can really focus on. And you'll start to see the actual experience and the evolution of your retention, the evolution of your streak. The benefits of your streak are going to show up in these moments where you're really focused on something, where you're really working on something, whether you're training, whether you're just going for a walk, whether you're neglecting the behavior of your old self, is when you're going to really see these benefits, and not when you're just trying to find out what you're going to do next. And I know what I said in my last video, and I still stand on that. You shouldn't do this and immediately look for a shoulder to lean on. I'm not saying that you can't co-create with other people, but you want to do it in a way where it's natural and you're not depending on other people's journeys in order to feel good about your own. Your journey is the most important. Your experience is the most important experience, and you're not going to find out about what retention truly is if you're just reading this study or this guy's journey. This guy went for 30 days, he didn't feel shit. This guy went for 60 days, he feels like God. This guy went for 90 days and then he relapsed and nothing changed. It's like you have to go do that yourself and see what really happens. If you can go 90 days, you relapse, you don't feel no different, that's you. But somebody else may go for 30 days, they relapse. They may go for 200 days, they relapse, and they feel like complete fucking shit. There's no benefits that are still within them. There's no focus. There's no discipline. It depends on who you are and what you gravitate towards. If you find that watching these videos are just making you addicted, it's a form. For me, I remember before I even started my first video, it's so addicting to get excited about the benefits, to get excited about this journey, to get excited about what you may experience. And then you find yourself just thinking. You're thinking too fucking much and you're not doing anything. If you want to actually experience semen retention to the fullest, go meditate, Go train your ass off and make sure that you're doing something that you love. And that doesn't mean neglect people to the point where you feel like it's a forced situation. If you're going to have times of isolation on your streak, because you're going to let go of a lot of things. You're going to let go of relationships, friends, even family members, because you just don't fit in anymore. Your mind is calibrating to a completely different reality. And I've always told you that in order to reach your highest potential, you have to believe in yourself. You have to stand in your power. You have to understand that you are source energy and that this power is coming from you. And if you relapse, and if you find that it's becoming difficult for you to even get on a streak, or there's too many distractions, that's not because you don't have enough information. That's not because somebody is advising you the wrong way. That's not because you don't have enough community. That's not because you don't have friends around you. I did this by myself, and a lot of you guys are on higher streaks than me, and you realize that the only way that you were ever able to receive the benefits, the only way that you were able to actually get that far was by really understanding that this is up to you, and that you have control over your discipline. You have control over how far you want to go, and you have control over how you want to perceive things. And you can stay in whatever box that reality has curated for you, or you can start to walk outside of that and start to expand the knowledge that you have about retention, but understand that you don't have limitations in the way that you think. I saw a comment saying, well, this person was saying that they worship Jesus because, well, he walked on water. He was able to do all these things. Why aren't we able to do these things? I'm going to worship this entity. I'm going to worship this person because they're obviously more spiritual than I am. They're obviously stronger than I am. But it's like, he was trying to tell you that you are capable of doing greater things than he is, but you're never going to do those things if you keep worshiping him and keep putting him on a pedestal. It's understanding that your consciousness is capable of expanding to the point where you have no limitations. And that's why semen retention is such a hidden topic. It's a hidden subject. People don't want you to understand retention. People don't want you to do retention. And the world itself, it's not just the media, it's the studies involved. It's everything involved in this whole entire matrix that is keeping you away from your potential, because it understands that the most dangerous thing that you can do is expand your consciousness to the point of self-belief and believing in yourself so much so that you don't need anybody else. And I'm not saying that you can't have friends. I'm not saying that you can't join a community, but I'm saying don't rely on others to the point where it makes you so fulfilled to rely on these people, to watch these videos, to where you feel like you don't have to do anything anymore. That it's not even your journey. It's like this shared thing. Everybody's experience is going to be completely different. That doesn't mean that we can't learn from each other, but that also means that you at some point really have to understand that if I want to make the most out of this, if I want to be as strong as possible mentally, physically, and achieve my goals, then I need to understand that this is all up to me. That I can control how I react to a wet dream, that I can control how I react to triggers. Does that mean I can't watch my favorite movie just because it may have, a couple of seconds of a sex scene in there, and then I'm going to be too weak and be like, oh, fuck, now I got to go bust a nut because I can't even watch this fucking movie without getting my dick hard? It's like, you have to understand, the movie doesn't give a fuck if you nut or not. It doesn't even know you're hard. It's just you. And if you're going on social media and you're still watching triggering content, if you're still entertaining these women who are posting on this platform, and you want to, sell it off as like, oh, but she's teaching me something. It's this girl talking about retention, or it's this girl talking about bro, you don't give a fuck about that shit. You just care that there's a pretty woman on your screen and you can edge a little bit, you know what I mean? You got a little mental edging going on, and it's a dopamine hit for you, bro. You have to understand that you have to get rid of all these things to really let the man that you want to be breathe, bro. You have to let that motherfucker grow, and he's not going to be seen anywhere if you keep bringing retention into your old habits. You're like, yeah, I'm retaining, but I'm just still doing all this stupid shit. I'm still edging. I'm still watching all this unfulfilling content, but it gets me a dopamine high and I still have my balls. I'm gonna go fuck this bitch, but I still have my balls. It's like, you're still doing the same shit. You guys go on retention and then you don't experience any benefits, but where are your habits? Where are the actions that you said that you would actually get into to evolve your character in some type of way? The most important thing for you to do is understand yourself and know yourself. Know yourself and why you want this. Like, is it to compare yourself to other people? I see a lot of comments like, oh, I'm on day 500. And it's like, that's great. Congratulations. I'm proud of everybody that's retaining. And I appreciate everyone that tunes into these videos, honestly. But I see a lot, especially older guys. Like if you're, past 30 years of age, there's a lot of younger guys doing retention. But if you're one of these older guys who has the wisdom, we need you more than you think. Like, we need your wisdom, we need your clarity, we need your experience more than you think, because a lot of the time you're watching these younger guys who are doing retention, and yeah, they may be on a higher streak. You may, be 50 years old, you just got on retention. But dude, the wisdom that you've lived, the experience that you've lived is nothing compared to us being depleted for 5-10 years when you've been depleted for 30 fucking years, 40 years. It's like, why don't you want to bring awareness to that? Why do you want to keep this a secret so bad? You want people to be empowered. You want people to retain. You would like to be around more quality people, but you're not willing to give your piece. You just want to get in the comment section and get some validation when it's like, bro, we need you more than you think. And you're not understanding that without your wisdom, we're never going to understand how much being depleted has affected the masses. We're not going to understand how retention is impacting people in a positive way to the extent that it really is. And people are just going to continue. If more people stay quiet, if more people don't have the balls to speak up about the changes that they face through this practice, it's no different than just being depleted. I mean, yes, you're going to enhance your personal life. You're going to experience the benefits. But why let thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people miss out on all the knowledge that you have, even if the knowledge just consists of, hey, I've been depleted for 40 years and this is what that was like. Don't do that shit, because this is how serious it is. And these are the things that I faced throughout that time. I tell you, after a relapse, depending on your understanding of retention, you will face major consequences in your life. If you're just getting started, it won't be too harsh for you. But the deeper you go into retention and then you release, I mean, think if I release right now 108 fucking days on retention, I'm going to be flooding the neighborhood. And then it's just going to be like omens of death following me around. I remember last time I released, I went to the fucking gas station. They were asking me to donate to some charity. I'm depleted. I'm like, hell nah. They're like, Satan already donated, bro. They got cards on the fucking wall talking about the devil donated money. And I'm over here like, I'm not even going to do that shit. I'm feeling horrible. And the synchronicities start aligning with being depleted, being in a lackful state. The people that show up in your reality starts being more negative. The synchronicities that you witness on retention are much more positive. Stop comparing your journey to somebody else's journey and just follow the signs, follow your gut feelings, your intuition about what you really need to do. I saw a comment saying, well, I don't know how to find my purpose. I don't know if I should just do music, or if I should just do a business, or if I should just do this other shit. Should I just go to school? Should I just, dip my balls in, what everybody else is doing? It's like, do what feels the best for you. If you think that being depleted feels the best for you, fucking go. Fucking just nut for the rest of your life. Just be a fucking squirrel, dude. Do whatever you want to do. But if you feel like, hey, I feel like this is the safer route, but my heart is really saying this shit, go do with your heart. Go follow that and use your mind to actually be wise about your decision. I'm not saying just, throw your balls at whatever your heart wants. I'm saying use your intellect to follow what your intuition is telling you. Just don't take the safe path because you think, okay, well, if I start a fucking business, you know, I'm gonna make some money and then this is gonna be a good look. But maybe for you, music may not be the safe route, but that's what you enjoy. And I promise you, if you're doing retention and you mix that with art and you mix that with the creative outlet, you're not only going to be more fulfilled with your creativity, but spiritual forces, non-physical forces are going to assist you in whatever you truly want to do, especially if that's positive for you. So don't rely so much on everybody else's journey, but understand that you doing this and you building up your energy, you're going to have people relying on you. So then you have the responsibility of commanding your kingdom. You have the responsibility of commanding yourself and directing your reality to a desired state. And if you deplete yourself, then you're going to start seeing the signs of death. You just killed yourself a little bit. And that's part of the reason why you have to take this seriously if you really want to live a life that's full of itself, full of life itself, and continue to, you know, take your relapses seriously to the point where you can move forward. So if you need to be hard on yourself, I was always hard on myself and making sure that I knew why I relapsed. I knew why I was being weak. Was I bored? Was I not training hard enough? Was I edging mentally? And then that turns into physically edging, whether it's with yourself or with a woman. And it's like, I have other things that I really want to do. Why am I not doing that? You have to really question yourself and reflect on your limiting beliefs. Like, if you already trained today, why can't you do some cardio later? Why can't you push yourself a little bit more? You have the energy to do so, but going out of your way just to get more excited about something that you haven't experienced yet isn't going to fulfill you as much as you really doing the thing. So just keep retaining. I'm on day 109 of retention right now, and I wanted to talk about just everything that's changed throughout this streak and ever since I started taking retention seriously, how my life has changed. Today, these last couple days, this last week actually has been the most interesting week as far as synchronicities go. Things have been lining up really fast, manifesting really quickly. Past 100 days, it feels like my manifestation has sped up exponentially. From 90 days to 100 days, my energy mentally feels way more clear, and I'm also taking it more seriously. Like every day, little by little, it's just more of a focus on your consciousness and how you're actually directing that. But today, I finally uploaded the Semen Retention documentary on the main channel. Hopefully it doesn't get taken down again. Right now, as I'm making this video, it's re-uploading, and it's a skit that I did, that I improvised, and I'm really proud of it. Honestly, I didn't think it was going to be this long. I originally wanted to do a commercial and do like a Semen Retention commercial and kind of like create this. Once you watch the documentary, you'll get where my head was at with that, and kind of promote like Semen Retention in this like comedic way, right? But if you watch the documentary, hopefully YouTube doesn't fucking take this down. If you've already seen part of the documentary and you're watching this, there's a part at the end that YouTube said contained nudity, but the whole video has it's so bad. Like as far as like sexual content goes, like watch it and then come back and then you'll be like, okay, I understand what he's saying. But they told me that like they removed the video for like the least sexual thing in the whole video, which was the end of the video. And hopefully that doesn't get taken down again, because I removed like 15 seconds of the documentary, which kind of sucks, but at least the main picture is going to be there. Hopefully you guys can enjoy that. But that was really fun. I feel like my creativity has been blossoming. And also a quick like rundown of these past 100 days, like just this past 100 days, what's happened, what's really changed in my life. This streak in general, well, I'll expand that to like the last 2 streaks, because I went on 100 days, then I went for like 70 something days, and then I went to 78 days, and then now I'm on 109. So the last couple streaks is where things really started changing, because I feel as if I've really been taking it seriously, and the universe can see that I'm taking it seriously. So a lot of stuff really changed for me. And I was living in like a shitty apartment 2 years ago where it was demonic as fuck. Like I was still making music, but the vibe was really negative. My life itself was still decent, like better than other people my age, but that was like so forced, like in the sense of manifestation wise. Like I was really forcing myself to manifest like constantly. So I'd spend so much time meditating and making music, and I was also drained. I was depleted at this time. So I was living in like a 1 bedroom apartment, and I had the worst neighbors, like the worst situation as far as neighbors go. Constantly dealing with like other people's negativity and shit. But like my little bubble of being drained wasn't affecting me as much as it would affect me now. So like I would wake up whenever I wanted. My diet was complete shit. I wasn't working out at all. And I just got finished with the workout right now. I just finished my arm day and decided to record this video. But so I wasn't working out. I was eating like shit, bro. I was eating basically junk food, and I would cook some of my meals, but it wasn't optimal at all. And I was making music from basically the moment that I woke up to when I would go to sleep, and also being drained throughout the day, like every day pretty much being drained, just having sex or just being depleted for no fucking reason, right? And my life still was deep. Like I said, it was better than other people's my age in the sense that like I had my own place. I could do whatever I wanted, didn't have to go to school, basically could just live off of making beats and shit. But I felt really motivated, but only in one area of my life, like only with music. And that was it. Like I couldn't enjoy life unless I was making music. And my music was so angry. I was dealing with bullshit neighbors. And then I tried doing retention for like a little bit, still using the law of attraction while I was drained. But like I said, it was more forced. It was really like, I had to really force. It was like taking a shit, like one of the constipation shit. Like you have to really force the shit. Now it's like you don't have to force it as much because your thoughts hold more power. You have so much energy that you can think about something just for a little bit and you'll see it pop up in your reality. That's why you have to be careful with the energy that you've cultivated throughout your retention streak. But so then I moved to a high rise, and I was like kind of doing retention like on and off, but I wasn't taking it seriously. And it was weird. It's like when you're in a depleted state, the other people around you are depleted, and they're negative, and you have to deal with all types of weird shit, like just neighbors being weird, like super negative for no reason, bothering you, always issues. I would try to work out at the apartment gym, and I couldn't enjoy, like I was so depleted that I couldn't enjoy my situation. Like being so young in a high rise, being able to make music whenever the fuck I wanted. I was depleted as fuck. I was ashamed of myself, but didn't want to own up to it. I didn't feel like actually looking at myself, like truly being like, holy fuck, like I'm drained, bro. Like I didn't care, because I'm like focused on my music, but like that's the only thing that I care about, like just rapping and just making like hard shit and making beats and just selling my fucking beats until the point where I couldn't end. Like if I wasn't doing that, I wasn't happy. Now I won't say like I'm happy all the time, but these last couple of days especially, I've been laughing. Like yesterday making the fucking skit, dude, I was laughing the whole fucking day, like planning it out, just thinking about it. There was no script, I didn't write anything, but just thinking about it, like throughout the process. It took damn near the whole fucking day, like probably like half the day to film the skit. And then I can't wait to post the behind the scenes because this shit is fucking hilarious to me. But yeah, like I've been laughing way more. I've been generally happy, like overall like content, and also way busier than I've ever been, and happier in every area of my life. Like I'm happy with my physique, started working with some clients, so now I'm like coaching people for fitness and stuff, and that's been really exciting to finally be able to be involved in other people's fitness journeys and also help them individually. Like that's really, I didn't think I was gonna be this excited for it, but now that I'm able to actually work with some of you guys personally, it's fucking awesome. Like it's really fulfilling to be a part of like your journey and like motivate you and also set up a program for you and help you out with your self-improvement. So that's something that is completely new for me, and that's been evolving throughout this streak. And I've been getting crazy ideas. Like my mind is filled with ideas on a daily basis. Like just so many ideas that I know I would not be able to come up with if I was in a depleted state. And I consider myself a pretty creative person, even as a depleted fuck. I put a lot of thought. I put my heart into my music, but my heart was fucking gone, bro. Like I was basically just a dried up nut, you know? Like I was just that angry nut, but my music was still hard. And to be honest, I've worked less on music ever since I've gotten on retention. And you may think like, oh, that's fucking weird. Cause I think that's weird too. Like I thought I would be getting on retention and then like music was gonna be even a bigger thing for me, but it's kind of, I won't say it's hard because it's a choice, right? Like I could work on music the same way that I was working on music before, which was my life, dude. Like I would literally just wake up, record. I would be making albums every single day. And now there's some days that I don't even record or don't even make beats. Like I rarely do that now, and I'm still recording, but I've noticed that the moments I do make music, it's way easier. I'm more focused and the songs are better overall. My voice has gotten deeper on retention, and I feel like I'm able to use my voice the way that I want to a lot easier. And so another thing, so I was living that high rise, kind of taking retention seriously. And at this point, like I was smoking a lot too. I didn't mention that. I don't smoke or drink anymore. And now I feel like that enhances the benefits of stimulating retention itself. But so this is like a year ago, and I was living in this high rise, was fucking around, smoking, just like not even taking like life seriously, but like still like floating through it, you know? Like I was taking my music very seriously, but I was like, bro, I just felt like something was missing, and it was my nuts. My nuts were missing, bro. And as soon as I started taking retention seriously, that's when I got my first house. Now I'm living in my own house, and I feel like even though I'm spread out, like I'm spread, like especially now I'm spread pretty thinly. Like I have a lot of stuff going on, but it still feels like I'm able to accomplish everything. Like if I had this much workload, like modeling, music, working with clients, the YouTube videos, the fucking skits, you know, being there for my family, and like I wouldn't be able to handle it as a depleted fuck. So all of that changed as soon as I got on retention and started taking it seriously. And that's why I emphasize, like, if you want to follow religion, that's fine. Just like do you, dude. Like the way that even as a depleted fuck, I was able to achieve the stuff that I actually wanted to achieve was by believing in myself, regardless if I had full amounts or not. Now, I'm not saying that's an excuse for you to go deplete yourself, because you are going to suffer the consequences. You are going to be aging faster. My face, bro, my face changed so much just from me going from depleted to being a retainer. And my life started opening up and attracting more opportunities. Like that's when I started modeling, and that's when I actually attracted high paying gigs and like really was able to go out there. Like I remember my first shoot was when I was really on like 60 days, and that was when I was like, you know, I'm not going back. Like this, I'm gonna do this for real, and I'm not gonna like fuck around. I'm not gonna do this for some benefit. Like I'm gonna really do it, you know? And that's when I started getting opportunities. They fucking flew me out and shit. It was my first time getting flown out by somebody, and they fucking, you know, pay for the hotel, food, all this shit. I'm fucking modeling and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on, bro? I didn't even know I could be this shredded. And the pictures on my Instagram right now, those are from my first shoot. And I got that physique off of literally nothing, like no fucking gym, bro. No equipment, basically, bro. Like all I used was
like body weight and some dumbbells and a fucking bench that I had at home. And I put that shit in my room. I didn't even have a fucking bench rack. I just used my dumbbells, and I was taking retention so seriously. That's when I started like going back from my music. I was like, you know what? Like I'm gonna work on my physique. And then my genetics started popping up because like before I was like having visible abs, but I wasn't able to see my muscle insertions to the point that I'm able to see them now because I wasn't as shredded, right? So all of that stuff happened as soon as I started taking retention seriously and was like, you know what? I don't feel a lot of it came from anger, like also like anger dealing with like shitty relationships, but also like feeling bored of women, and then also just feeling like fuck, I got nothing to lose kind of mindset. It didn't come from the mindset of like, oh my god, this is the path. Like at first it never felt that way. But it was like the universe had already shown me as a depleted fuck the law of attraction, and I had already opened my mind to that, started using it, it worked for me. So then, you know, like, okay, I'm retaining on and off for like 2 years, and it's just like coming to me like as this idea, as this concept, like, and I'm like, I can't ignore this shit. Like it seems as if this thing that I want to call corny, and I would watch like, you know, retention YouTubers, and I'd be like, what? Like when you're depleted, you know what I'm talking about. If you watch a fucking retention video and then you're depleted, you're like, this guy's out of his fucking mind. Like there's no way that if I hold my balls in, like something's gonna happen, like something's gonna change. But until you do it, it's more than just getting the boosted test. It's more than, you know, you getting the glow or the gaze, you know, the white eyes and your voice deepens and the testosterone and the fucking dominant aura, all this shit that people talk about, right? Although those things are things that I've experienced, the biggest change has always been the state of consciousness and what I'm accepting, what I'm allowing into my consciousness. Even though I was still living a decent life as a depleted fuck and a lot better than most people, right? The negativity, the fear, the anxiety that I was dealing with is something that I would never be man enough to open up about at that time, because I didn't want to look at that. I didn't want to look inside and be like, holy fuck, like if people knew like I'm wearing this almost like outfit of like, yeah, I'm recording this shit and you know, like I'm a rapper and I'm making beats and I'm a producer, but like on the inside, bro, like I could still get girls and shit. Like it's almost like the Gooner from the fucking documentary. If you watch the documentary, you'd be wondering how the fuck you play the Gooner so well, bro. That was my life at one point, being so fucking drained to the point where it's like, oh, like you know, I get hella bitches, and that's like all you think about. But then you look on the inside, bro. On the outside, shit was like all right, like you know, like fucking. Depending on it's everything is relative, right? Relative to your goals. For some people, that could have been heaven. My life at that time could have been like, holy shit, this is it for me. Like I don't have to do shit. I can do whatever I want, and I'm depleted, and I'm getting girls. Like this is it. But everything is relative to what you truly want, right? And your goals, and also like where you're at spiritually, how you feel on the inside, and not just how things look on the outside. So at that time compared to now, I feel like it just did, bro. Like I'm a whole different person now. Like it's insane how much retention changes. It's the consciousness aspect of I went from being so negative, so fucking like not even able to consistently be in this positive state where I'm just like, yeah, I deserve that. Yeah, I can have that. Yeah, like things are gonna be good for me. Yeah, of course, people are gonna give me these opportunities. Of course, I'm gonna attract that into my life. Of course, I deserve to fucking have a house and not work and you know, like all this stuff that I'm doing now. If I told myself back then, like this is gonna be your life and this is what you're gonna have and like you're gonna be able to attract all these things, I would have been like, of course. But like deep down, I would have thought, I don't know if I can handle that shit. Like, I don't know if I could really work that hard, bro, because I don't have the fucking energy for it. I just want to sit down and record all fucking day, smoke my weed, and, you know? And for some people, that may look like a great life, but like I said, it's relative. It's relative to what you really want. But to go back, It's like when you're in a lackful state, when you're depleted, you have to force the positivity. I was forcing the fuck out of my manifestations, forcing the fuck out of everything in my mind. Like I would be listening to, I would write down affirmations and just abuse the law of attraction to the point where it felt like I was taking a shit, like constantly, like with my mind, bro, like just pushing. Now it's like, fucking, I want something, it comes. You know what I mean? It's very easy now, but also I want to highlight how negative you are, and it may not pop up in your life directly, but it'll be around the people around you. They treat you like you're almost a joke, like you're not really there, and they see right through you, and you feel like you're not even there fully, you know, and you have to constantly kind of lie to yourself and be like, yeah, this is fine. That's why when I see the comments of people saying like SR is placebo, like that used to be me. I wouldn't comment on the shit, but I would watch these videos and I'd be like, what the fuck, these guys are crazy. So I understand where these depleted fucks are coming from, because it's so easy to just blame someone else and just be like, you know what, you're fucking crazy. That's cope. Holding your nuts in is insane. But you don't want to look at yourself. You don't want to actually take the time and be like, holy fuck, I'm actually dealing with a lot on the inside. Like I can't really do the things that I want to do. Like if you told me I had to post a documentary with everything that I put in that documentary like 2 years ago, I would have been like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. Like that would ruin so much for me, you know? You think so seriously about everything, and that's another thing that I wanted to encourage you guys to do, especially with the documentaries. Like, bro, you can still have fun. Like you can still hold your balls in and still go after what you want. You can still go work out. You shouldn't care so much about this image. I feel like nowadays with the virtual world, we're so caring about like, oh, how are we being perceived? Like, you know, am I looking good enough? Am I looking, you know, presentable enough? Am I going to attract what I really want? If I, you know, talk the way that I really talk, if I be who I really am I going to be accepted? You know, do I have to align myself with what everybody else is doing, what the mainstream finds acceptable? But this is who I am. This is what I want to do. And you can't handle that shit as a depleted fuck. You don't want to be yourself as a depleted fuck. That's why you go to porn. That's why you go to these women, because you need some type of validation to be like, hey, oh, at least I fucked this bad bitch and she loves me. So you know what? I feel good about myself. But then you look inside of your mind and there's fear. You're walking every day like a fucking puppy. And if someone tries you, they're going to smell that shit. And it's like life tests you way more when you're a depleted fuck. And then now you have full nuts, and it's like you go from being a chihuahua to being a fucking pit bull, and now you don't give a fuck. I mean, you're like, you know, you go from being a chihuahua to being a lion, realistically, and you're just walking around all the other dogs like, I don't give a fuck. I can eat you if I want to. You know, that's how you feel on retention. So you have no problem being yourself. You have no problem having a lot on your plate. You're like, I'm going to kill it anyway. I'm going to kill the day. I'm going to get what I want. And I don't care what tries to stop me, because I will fucking kill you. And you don't have that. You may have the mindset. You may have the thoughts here and there as a depleted fuck. You may think you're badass as a depleted fuck, but people will smell it. People will smell it like a shark that you really are a pussy. Like and that's not really the word to use, because honestly, you're so weak that women will walk over you, dude. Like as a depleted fuck, women will play games with you and you won't even see it. You won't even understand what the fuck is going on. You'll be like, what? Like me? Like this is happening to me. Like, and you think that you should be valued, but how the fuck is anybody gonna value you when you don't even value yourself? And then you relapse and you ask yourself, why the fuck is everybody acting weird? Why is the girl that, you know, I like that was liking me back, why is she acting weird now? Why is my family treating me like this now when they were being nice to me? Why is my friends treating me like this now when they were being nice to me on my streak? Why does everything have to depend on my balls? It's not your balls, it's your energy, and people can feel your energy and how you're respecting yourself and how you're treating yourself. And you also have to understand that reality is you. So when you take away from yourself, you're taking away from reality itself. And you're not only affecting yourself, you're depleting everyone else in your fucking reality. So when I hear or see these comments of like, oh, you know, fuck you, you know, you're fucking egotistical, you're fucking, bro, that's what you want. You don't want anybody to be thinking, first of all, that they can walk over you. You have to understand that you have to be yourself, stand in your power, be humble through the divine, understand the laws of the universe, but don't be humble to another man. There is no man that you should bend down for. There's no man that you should bow down for. It's you and you only, you know? And until you really learn that, until you learn, like, you know what? My decisions, my energy is going to affect not only me, but everybody else in my life, my family, my friends, my relationships, if you have relationships, my opportunities that I could be attracting. Time is fucking flying, okay? I feel like this past year went by so fast that it's not gonna, obviously it's not gonna stop, bro. Like things are going to continue moving, and then you're just gonna be depleted, and you're gonna see everybody else, all the retainers especially, you're gonna see everybody else moving towards success. And as a depleted fuck, I mean, what other way is there to cope with that other than being like, fuck you, this is cope? Because you don't want to look at yourself. You don't want to be like accountable for your, basically like your handicapped state. Like you're fucking handicapped as a depleted fuck. People should feel bad for you. Like you should go to like a fucking, I don't know what it's called, fucking Alcoholics Anonymous. Like there should be like a Gooner Anonymous. Like there should be a system to help these people, because it's that bad, and our society has made it so normalized. That's what's bad about it too, you know. But so much has fucking changed. Like if I even saw these videos, if I even saw my physique, if I even saw the music, that's another thing, the music. If I saw these things 2 years ago, I would have been like, fucking shit, dude, like that's crazy. I didn't know, you know, that was in me. Like the last project that I dropped, insane, fucking insane. Like compared to my music before, yes, I had the bars, I had the flows, but the voice, bro, the voice, like if you go on Took It Too Far and you listen to the song, bro, every fucking line is a bar. You can't come up, I didn't even write this shit. And then you go to the next song, every line is a fucking bar. The relationship I have to the songs means so much to me too. Like, and I was trying to say the concept like surrounding the songs, you know, like if you actually go through all the songs and listen to them, like it's not just some bullshit to like be like a fucking like whatever song. Like Took It Too Far, bro. I was reading through hate comments that day and I was like, fucking pissed. I was pissed. And I was like, I'm going to show these motherfuckers. Like, they're going to see that I'm the best rapper. They're going to fucking hear it. And then let's see what the fuck they have to say. Like, you can listen to this music and be like, okay, I don't like it. It's not for me. But you can't deny that that shit on a technical level and on a vocal level is fucking amazing. And then you go back to my other songs and you're like, bro, even, I think it was Dracula, and there was a couple other songs that I made in a depleted state. I think Dracula is one of the songs, and you can hear like how it almost turns the music more demonic, because your music is your aura, your music is your energy, and then it shifts your whole, like, you may still be angry, but it still shifts it into like this badass mode, not coming from a like I'm trying, you know, to prove something so much so, but like I am that already. Like I'm not going towards something. It's like I'm kicking shit down, you know. And you go to like Damage, like even the concept of Damage to me was like everything came so easily when I made that project, and I made it over the span of like a couple of days, not even really caring, just like recording, you know, random songs. And there was a bunch of other songs that I didn't post on the project, but it was insane to me how not only my voice developed through taking retention seriously, but I think everybody has gifts, and maybe one of yours is music. Maybe, you know, you're really into film, or, you know, painting, drawing, fucking building shit, anything, bro. Maybe you have a business you're working on, you know, and you're gifted in seeing things through that path. But now it's like when I go record, the ideas are already there. It's like they're pre-downloaded for me. I be having dreams of me already listening to future music, astral projecting into the future and seeing the music that I'm gonna make, and it's insane. Like, if I heard this shit 2 years ago and someone told me like, this is you, I would have been like, bro, thank God I spent the last fucking 10 years rapping my ass off. Like, people see like the highlights, right? But they don't see the work, bro. As a depleted fuck, it took me a pretty long time to be able to freestyle. I could freestyle for fucking hours without stopping. You know, now that I'm on retention, if I didn't need to fucking sleep, I could freestyle for days nonstop. The way that I was working out when I was on 60 days, getting shredded with no fucking equipment, I was doing 300, 400 leg raises in one fucking session. And my abs, I was punching the fuck out of my abs, and I was training like I was Captain America, and it didn't hurt. And I was going on the internet like, why are these motherfuckers doing 20 sets? Why are these motherfuckers stopping after, you know, a little while? Why are they not training every day? I'm over here feeling like an alien because I'm on senior retention. I'm like, dude, I could lift this and do this shit every fucking day. And then people want to say, oh, well, you're not working out hard enough. Obviously, I'm not going to work my fucking chest out 2 days in a row. But it's like, of course I can train every day. You know, of course I can push myself. It's like you don't have limits on retention. And then the people, what pisses me off so much, and I'm still working on, right? Because I want men to experience this so much, because as a man, I know what it's like to be depleted. I know what it's like to have to go through the challenges of just being a man, dude, especially in this society, and then being a depleted fuck. It's like, I want you to be on retention. I want you to experience the, you know, fulfillment of being yourself and feeling powerful in this fucking world. That's why they don't want you to do retention, because they don't want you to be powerful. So the reason I get mad at these comments that are like, oh, SR is placebo, SR is cope, you know, scientists say this and the studies say that you're gonna get fucking prostate cancer if you do retention. It's like, dude, I've never been so healthy. How is it that I was able to work out harder than these fucks that are over here being fitness influencers? I'm on semen retention my first 60 days, and I'm working out like I've been a bodybuilder my whole fucking life. Like, it makes no sense to me, like, that you have so much potential, but nobody even wants to see it. We've been trained to think so lowly of ourselves, to worry about so much bullshit that you don't even know what your life could, like, I'm going to keep retaining for sure. Like, I know I'm on 109 days right now. I'm going to keep retaining, and I can't wait to see, like, what will my life look like 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line. You know, I'm already so lucky with being blessed with the knowledge of the universe and how reality works, and using the law of attraction to get what I want. But ever since I started retention, my consciousness has expanded so much, where I understand that I can be more powerful than beyond the music, beyond the physical realm, beyond the YouTube videos, beyond status, beyond money. I'm talking about things that come from your wildest fucking dreams, dude. And that's why I tell you, fucking retain. I'm on 102 days of retention right now. The biggest difference that I've experienced on this streak especially is the mental change that happens, and it's very unpredictable. You obviously get more energy. I've been receiving the benefits that everyone talks about, the glow. You slow down your aging. I feel like I'm looking younger than even when I was depleted, and I was younger at that time, you know, but I feel like I'm looking younger than that. And I feel stronger. I've mentioned the physical benefits in my previous videos, but what I want to talk about in this video is how your heart and your mind change. Something that's been floating around in my consciousness as of lately is, I can be more. I can be something more. I can be more than the slave that they wanted me to be. And when you finally let go of lust, when you finally let go of women, when you finally let go of the matriarch, when you finally let go of the terms that society wants you to live by, there's this opening up of your mind and the realization that there was nothing there in the first place. And the benefits are cool. I always say that it's leverage in this game of life, but it's a consequence of you holding in your life force. I don't see it as the purpose to retain. If you retain for the purpose of receiving benefits, it's not strong enough. It's not a strong enough why to actually keep going. You know, it may get you excited for a while, but then what happens when it feels like things are plateauing or you're having a flat line? now that I'm on 102 days, I actually feel more refreshed. I feel kind of like I'm on day one. And that could just be my perception because I want to go longer. So I'm thinking, what's going to happen for the next 100 days? Let's see what really happens during this next cycle. It kind of feels like I'm restarting, even though I haven't relapsed in 102 days. But what I've noticed is my mind is changing. And semen retention has less to do with you personally. Obviously, you're the one that's changing, you are the one that's receiving the benefits, but it has a lot to do with who you're becoming and who else you're affecting. It has more to do with humanity's evolution. You're setting an example for what humanity could become, you know? The majority of people are depleted. That's men and women who are leaking their own life force on a daily basis, whether it's consciously or unconsciously. And this is allowing them to only live in a state of instant gratification, craving instant gratification, craving others' validation, and never reaching the depths of your mind and your higher self, is what I like to call it. But just a more purposeful self. And with this power, it can be scary at times because it's once you touch the sky, you don't want to go back. Once you feel this power, you will get addicted to it. And some of you may question, well, what is this power? Is it just looking younger? Is it just getting stronger in the gym? Is it just attracting women? Is it just having the glow and, you know, having clear skin, getting leaner? It's the benefit of being who you were always meant to be, and they took that away from you. The benefit of being on the right path, it may be a difficult path, but staying on track with who you always were supposed to be. But they lied to you. They groomed you. It's not your fault that they groomed you. You've been groomed. You've been groomed to not see your potential, to not stand in your power, to not allow yourself to be powerful. I've seen some comments of people saying that they're scared. They're literally scared of what they're going to become because they are so comfortable being in this space that they don't really like, but they're so familiar with being and living at this level of having little to no power, but it pleases the people around them, and it's okay. And I understand how difficult it is to get out of watching porn or having sex all the time. I understand that. I had to go through that, and everyone else that you're watching who's on a decent streak has to go through that. Just because they're on a high streak or what you may consider to be a high streak doesn't mean that they didn't have to go through that. They had to. They had to learn about why semen retention is so serious. And I know that sometimes you're going through struggles in your life and it seems like the only outlet you have is porn or is sex or is women. And the only time that you get to feel some type of relief is when you go watch that video or you're with that girl or you're smoking or you're drinking or you're taking some kind of drug, and it's the only time that you get to feel like you can breathe. But I promise you, once you continue retaining and you actually take it seriously, you will feel full of life, regardless of your circumstances. It's not an easy path, but it's extremely worth it. And my thoughts are continuously becoming more profound in comparison to my depleted self. When I'm depleted, I feel like I need a lot. Whether it's I want to hang out with my friends, I want to be around women, entertainment is something I would look for to fulfill me in some type of way. I would focus on external factors to replenish my ego or to give me a sense of belonging. But you don't need to belong to anything when you're on retention. Your balls filling up makes you feel full of life. And I understand on paper how ridiculous this sounds, but I think it sets a perfect example for how serious this is, because if I could release and be in this state, I would totally do so. I don't want to have to go through the struggle of fighting urges all the time or neglecting women in order to feel this powerful. But once you get past the fence, you realize that it is what you want. So that's where I'm at. It is what I want, and I'm going to continue retaining. I'm going to see what this is about on a deeper level. Your choice to remove your potential from yourself, to destroy your future, lies in the habits that you are engaging in now. The things that you're doing now is destroying your future, and you have the choice to either remove yourself from that or remove your future, your highest potential, from your trajectory. And it starts off very small, one video here, one nut here, couple relapses, you retain for a week, you relapse again, you feel like you're making progress, you relapse again. And it doesn't seem like a big deal. But then a year passes, and then you're doing the same thing. You relapse again, you get into a relationship with a woman, you think things will be different this time around. Same bullshit. You're barely hitting those 30 days, you're barely hitting those 60 days. You can't get to 90 days. And then another year passes you by. And you think, why hasn't anything changed? Opportunities are flying past you. It seems like you should be in a different place, but you're not. Because all those little mistakes that you want to call mistakes, they were choices. It was you choosing the now moment instead of aligning yourself with the correct path that the universe, God, source energy wants you to be on. It didn't give you a dick and balls so you can go and waste it. It said, you know what, this person is not only good enough to be here, but it's necessary for this person to be. To be in this world, it's necessary for them. That's why they're here. And they gave you the power, the universe gave you the power of having the ability to give life. And you think that if you dissolve that into, having sex with the wrong person or even your wife, and you want to paint it as love, you're still losing yourself. Or even a video, you think that you can go jack off and leak your test and leak your your DNA and all the minerals in your semen, your blood, your bone marrow, your very life essence, consciousness. You're not just holding in tests, you're holding in consciousness. Sperm is consciousness. It gives life. So you are holding in something that is going to expand your mind. Yet if you don't hold that in, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to shrink. Your life shrinks. It feels like it's closing in on you when you relapse. Every time you release, you are going to have more blind spots than a retainer. And you will never be able to reach the depths of the mind that you really want to. The depths that a retainer is able to reach within his mind is something that you are not able to comprehend as a depleted fuck. You can't go there. And even if you can read the words of spiritual text, you can read the Bible, you can do all these things, but it's completely fucking cope if you're not actually walking the path. You can read the knowledge, but if you don't have seed within you, the seed of life within you, it'll be like, teaching algebra to a 2-year-old. They're going to be barely understanding the depth, the actual concepts that are being given to them. They may be able to read the words and then, paraphrase it or parrot whatever the fuck they're reading, but they don't understand it. They don't truly grasp every angle and perspective and the meaning of how deep the knowledge really is, So when I see people who are continuously relapsing and they want to play it off, they're very comfortable talking about their relapses. They're very comfortable talking about weakness because it has been normalized in society to be weak. They don't understand that if they just held on a little bit longer, there would be some spiritual leverage waiting for them, some assistance from the spiritual realm that is going to give you the ability to move forward. A couple weeks ago, I was like around day 70, day 80, and I was thinking to myself, asking the universe, asking God, why is this the way that it is? Why do I have to retain? You see everything that I'm doing, how hard I work. I'm torturing myself physically. I'm consistent in my consciousness as far as manifestation goes. And this was before I reached, 90 days. And I was already having a very difficult time thinking that maybe this isn't the right thing to do. So you guys see a lot of the highlights of retainers, but you don't realize everybody who's retaining has to go through suffering. And the reason that you're retaining is because you've suffered enough and you know that there is no reason to go back. You don't want to suffer anymore. And you'd rather indulge in pain consciously than do that unconsciously and just waste your life force. You're willing to endure. That's what it means to be a retainer. You are willing to truly endure whatever it takes in order to see your fullest potential. So I was asking the universe, why am I doing so much and I feel like I'm not getting anything back for it? And I heard a thought, I'm observing a thought in my mind that comes right after that. And it was something along the lines of, what if spirit, the universe, God, whatever you want to call it, your higher self, what if it's really giving you everything that it can? And that is just the ability to move forward. In this moment, I was looking at myself and I said, you know what? I haven't given up. I can give up. I can go fuck these girls that are throwing themselves at me. I can relapse and then depend on my support and be like, you know what? Thank you guys for supporting me. I made it really far, 80 days or whatever. I'm going to get back on track, and act like everything's okay. But in that moment, I thought, you know what? I haven't fucking given up. I'm not gonna let this fucking force of my old self, which has years of momentum. That's why I say, even if you're relapsing, you should be hard on yourself, but you should know when to give yourself credit where credit is due. But don't beat yourself up to the point of being completely unable to move forward. You want to be hard on yourself, but in the correct way. So I had a realization in that moment of maybe what I'm asking for isn't truly needed. And all I need is the ability to move forward. And I was given that. Whether it's by my own doing, I have a hard time believing in that because it feels like something is watching over you as you retain. It feels like you have assistance from non-physical. There's non-physical forces that are helping you move forward. And I'm sitting in my house and I'm asking the universe, begging the universe, give me something. Like, look at what I'm fucking doing. I can't even walk without being fucking sore. Everything fucking hurts. My mind is aching because I'm transforming into something I've never seen before, and I'm having thoughts that I've never had before. And all I want to do is just go dive in some pussy, but that's not really what I want to do, right? You want some relief from the pain. And then I'm thinking, you haven't given up. You're still fighting back. You're still fighting the fact that they wanted you to be a fucking slave and you're still fighting. You're fighting the system that has been corrupted and going against you since the very moment that you entered this fucking planet. And you're still clawing at these motherfuckers. Whether they have beaten you for fucking years, you are not giving in. And I'm giving you the ability to move forward. And you're asking for more than that when that is all you need. And that is what I felt like I was hearing from the universe in that moment. That, look, we're not letting you give up. You want more than that, then you're looking for something that isn't going to truly fulfill you. We're giving you the ability to not give up on yourself, to hold all the way till 102 days. So when I wake up tomorrow and I still have a full sack, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to remember, look, I haven't given up for 100 fucking days, and I can go again. I can go another 100 days. And if I can do that, then I can go for another 200 days. And it matters. You want to act like it doesn't matter. You say, stop counting the fucking days. I tell you because I want to be transparent with you, and I want you to understand the experiences that I'm having during certain days. And it can be my own perception, but I feel like most people who are on higher streaks than me, they don't give a fuck if I'm counting the days. It's always men who are on lower streaks than me who are saying, stop counting the days. Stop mentioning what day you're on. Does it bother you? Does it bother you to watch somebody who's younger than you, who is capable of holding in their nut for longer than you? Does it bother you, truly? Because anybody who's on a higher streak than me doesn't give a fuck if I say I'm on 100 days. Because they're past that shit. And I've seen comments of people who are on 500 days, 600 days, 800 days, years of retention, and they never tell me to stop counting the days. It's always the weaker men who are like, you know what, just make it a lifestyle. Bro, I'm telling you this because I want to be transparent. Yet you haven't even made it a lifestyle for yourself. Other men are going to be one of the biggest oppositions as you continue this path. And sometimes it will be older men. Does it bother you that now my generation is finally waking up to shit you couldn't wake up to when it's harder for us now? It's harder for men than it has ever been before. You guys didn't have porn in front of your fucking face everywhere you go. On TV, in your phone, on your laptop, everywhere you fucking go. But you still couldn't hold your seat in. And now you see young motherfuckers who are doing what you were always supposed to do. And whether you like it or not, this generation, we may be the majority of us weak, but a couple fucking retainers can change that. So if it bothers you, I would say look at yourself and see what you're doing for yourself and what you're doing for others, because retention is not about you. It's not about how far you can get or what benefits you can get out of this practice. It's about setting the correct example for the rest of humanity so that the future generations aren't in a fucking ditch. So they're not suffering the way that we suffered. You suffered enough, whether you're 50, 60 years old or you're 16, you suffered enough. You have to let go, and you will see there was nothing there anyway. There was nothing there. There's no woman that can give you any validation that is worthwhile. There's no pussy or amount of pussy that you're going to have, sex with that is going to make you feel any different before or after. There's no woman who is beautiful enough for you to just give your seat up pointlessly. There's no situation in this life that you should sacrifice your own energy, draining your own energy to just enter a meaningless situation. If enough of us do this, imagine the world that we could live in. Love isn't always supposed to be this nice, fluffy, romantic, fantastical thing. Sometimes love looks like leaving and killing and being completely fucking brutal because you want to go have sex with your wife, but you think that that's love, and you think busting in your wife or busting for your girlfriend is love, But sometimes the most loving thing you can fucking do is leave the bitch and say, you know what? I choose myself. I choose setting an example, because if everybody around me sees that I'm willing to put up with this shit or waste my energy just for a fucking label, then what kind of example am I setting to my kids, to my friends, to my family? That I am no different than a fucking child who doesn't know how to control their energy. And you may say that, well, that's extreme. How does killing, how does leaving, how does being at war, how is that loving? Change. You have to understand the time that we live in. You have to love the future. You have to love where you're going to be, the person you're going to be, and how you want society to look in the future. That means killing off the fucking demons now. That's love. Killing the demons within yourself so you can then go kill the demons in other people. And if you don't hold yourself accountable, if you don't allow yourself to truly see your full potential and run after that motherfucker, I get DMs all the time of people telling me that they're in relationships and they don't know what to do, or they want to get married and they're asking me, how do I know if this woman is formidable? How do I know that she's actually capable of being with me long term? That's not the question that you should be asking. You should be asking yourself if you are the man that you want to be. Are you the person that you sought to be before the world fucked you up and made you into a fucking slave? You can be more. You can be way more. And the only way that I'm able to reach any of you is through these videos. It's not ideal, but you can be more. They don't want you to be more. They want you to go watch a fucking porn and just bust. They want you to have a girlfriend that's been with 10, 20 other dudes, so you lose your masculinity. It's a war on your own masculinity. That's why I take this very seriously. You see me joking in some of my videos. It's to make light of how not only beautiful this experience is, but it's a way of coping with the suffering along the way. That we have to make jokes about this shit, because at times that's needed. But right now what's needed is an understanding that there is nothing on the side where lust lies. There is nothing on the side of the matriarch. There is nothing there other than real torture, real self-harm, fake love. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do is start pushing back. Pushing back for your brothers, pushing back for everyone else who won't. Saying something because no one else will. And we live in a point in time where all of this shit, we're so distorted, we're so fucked up mentally that any ounce of hope, any ounce of strength is disregarded as being corny. It's looked at as being something that shouldn't be promoted, because they want you to be in a state of fucking greediness and lust and being angry for the wrong fucking reasons, looking at stupid fucking people and what they're doing in their fucking lives, and looking at society and buying the next thing that consumerism is promoting, or having the next car, the next house, or just buying into fucking trends that are meaningless. Following women who are meaningless, listening to men who don't even have balls. Yet they're all fucking puppets distracting you from the real war that is happening. But you don't want to pick your sword up and kill these motherfuckers because you'd rather turn on a video or go dive in some pussy tonight. So pick up your fucking sword and start killing these motherfuckers. There's going to come a point in time, I've said this before, there's going to come a point in time where us retainers are not going to be available. We're not going to be here to move the people who are depleted into this realm of retention. We're not going to be here. So you need to use this leverage that you have of being able to kind of experience everybody else's streak on retention and use it to your advantage to actually get motivated and start doing the right thing. It doesn't matter if you're 50 fucking years old or you're 70 or you're 17. We need you to retain. It doesn't matter if 40 years have passed and you're barely on day 2. We need you to continue going. We need you. We need your wisdom. We need you to talk about what it's been like for 40 years to be a depleted fuck. Because once you taste this power, you're not going to want to go back. I'm on day 117, I believe. 117 or 118 on retention. And I wanted to talk about the documentary because I can't post it on here. It's in my Patreon, in the link on my channel bio. I just got finished with the workout, so I'm still kind of tired from that. But I saw a comment that said from day 100 to 109, that's when your body really changes on semen retention. I thought it was funny because I think a lot of people expect to see certain benefits on certain days, but it's really not the days, it's what you're doing with the days. Why is it that, oh, if you have to get to day 109, and if you don't, then your body's not going to change, your body's not going to transform if you don't get to day 109. And it's like, your body changes when you train. My body's transformed because I've been training, not because of I'm on day 109. You could be on day 109 and sit on your ass. With the channel getting striked, I had to face what would it be like if the channel got taken down, and the other channel striked, so I'm posting on the main right now, but I'm just not getting as much fulfillment from the retention videos because I don't really care anymore. Like, it's just a part of my life. I don't even read the comments like I used to. I used to read every comment. Now I don't even read the comments. I don't even check YouTube notifications because 99% of the comments are just stupid. And I saw that comment because I like engaging with people who are interested in the things that I'm interested in, like music or building your physique and things like that. I feel like there's so many other retention YouTubers who are far more willing to really help out. I think motivational videos would be a lot better for me because I know how I motivate myself and I know what helped me get to day 117. So the changes have been subtler over time. It's like you just behave in a way where you're not wasting energy. I've noticed, especially on retention, that I'm more selective with my words, especially in conversations. I feel like I get a lot out of just being able to express myself in the videos, but in real life, I don't talk very much unless it's something I'm really interested in, because I feel like it's tiring. Like, because you are so in tune with your energy on retention, you are able to decipher how much energy you're leaking, like just by making decisions, just by talking or saying words that you don't need to say. But I see a lot of retention creators who blame a lot of their experiences on their ball sack being full. And I would just like to say, if you are not doing retention, that's totally fine. Like, you're going to miss out on a lot, but it's not for everybody. Like, just because you're depleted, it doesn't mean like you're going to have a horrible life. Like, you can probably get by. You're just gonna struggle. Like, you're just going to have a more difficult time. And if you haven't tried retention, then you wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. You would be like, no, I've been fine my whole life. You probably have good genetics then. You probably have, you know, a decent head on your shoulder where you're able to, maybe you're not watching porn, but you're still having sex and you're still depleted, but maybe you're not engaging with it. Maybe you're like unconsciously retaining, where you'll go for like a couple days, have sex or beat your dick, and then, you know, you go for a couple days. So you don't really feel like retention would do anything for you because you're kind of at this level where you're doing all right, and maybe you're young enough to where you're not feeling the consequences. But I know a lot of older guys, like you're past 30 years old, you're past 40 years old, you know you can't really fuck around. You don't have the position within your own, like your inner world. You don't have the space to just deplete yourself for no reason. So I've noticed that with the rise in content creation, we turn a lot of donkeys into lions. There's a saying, if you give the donkey too much attention, it starts to think it's a lion. And I feel like a lot of retention creators are like that, because I had to face, well, what would happen to me if the channel got down? Like, what would I feel like? And I wouldn't really care, honestly, because I have so much going on for me that this is just like a fun thing to do. It's kind of like taking a piss for me, you know? But I think there's a lot of channels that are edging you guys, who are telling you, misinforming you about this practice. I think the most significant information, knowledge that anybody can give you is you create your own reality. Like, your thoughts create. And I feel like I can't even dive deep into that. I would like to. Maybe I'll start doing that, but I don't want to teach a bunch of toddlers. I don't want to force feed a bunch of people who are just trying to find some argument that they agree with, or a concept that they align with, just so that they can feel validated in their hate for women, or their religious following, or anything, because it's not truly helpful to just edge, like, through content creation. You know, you guys are giving so many people energy, including me, just by wasting your time watching these videos instead of doing something real with your life. And any form of content creation, you have to understand that it's taking your energy, bro. Like, unless you're really getting something out of it, like inspiration, or your vibration is changing in a positive direction, I would tell you, just keep a positive mindset, and make sure that you're watching people who you really trust, and is not bringing too much drama into the mix of retention, especially because I think a lot of these guys are misinforming you, saying that, oh, well, Jezebels are going to come attack you, or you're going to attract this type of women, or they post a video about a wet dream they have, or some experience that they're having, and then you enable that behavior by engaging with them, giving them attention, and then they start to think they're the shit. They start to think that they're more important than they really are. But if you took the channel away, if you took the attention away from them, they really wouldn't be anything. They wouldn't have anything. They wouldn't have anything to look forward to. And I had to face that, you know, with the strike, and, you know, almost getting my channel taken down just because of the documentary. And it's like, wow, I'm still gonna be modeling. I still have my albums that I'm working on. I still have my house, my family, my relationships with people in my real life, not this fake fucking world, you know? And I don't see this dying down. I see this becoming more of an issue where you just see people get on camera and then talk about their experience, and then they get attention, and they start to feel like they're more important than they really are. But a lot of these people are very intelligent, and they know that if they talk about bullshit, y'all are gonna get entertained. They're gonna start to feel like they are validated, and that it's okay. And a lot of these people understand that they could look at their limiting beliefs. You guys have seen me in real time talk about my limiting beliefs, whether it was on women or semen retention itself. And these people are not willing to tell you the truth, that you create your own reality, because if they did, then they would have no audience. Then you wouldn't need to go watch some women hate content, or you wouldn't need to watch a semen retention YouTuber, because they're just telling you some bullshit that they believe, that they think that semen retention is going to do for you. But bottom line is, semen retention just gives you more energy. That's all. It just gives you more energy, and you direct that energy by what you give your attention to, and that's going to create the circumstances that show up in your reality. But if you think, oh, I have to go watch this video because I need to be prepared for what may happen, or this is a test on semen retention. Someone's gonna post a video like, this was a test, you know, this girl was trying to take my energy. It's like, no, dude, you're just feeding that illusion. You're just feeding that storyline. You're just feeding that narrative. And then obviously you're going to see circumstances like that pop up in your reality. But I've noticed the more that I go on retention and I take myself away from that realm, my life is super peaceful. My life is just consisting of the goals that I want to achieve, and I have none of that, none of the shit that these people talk about. Like, I don't face any of the wet dreams or the problems that these guys face, or the tests, or the hate, or the mockery that these guys talk about. I don't face any of that because I don't give it attention. I don't feed into it. I don't feed into the women hate. I have one video on my second channel, and that's probably my most viewed video, because these guys, they want someone to go look up to be like, well, wow, he really understands women and he understands female nature. There's no such thing, dude. There's no such thing as understanding anybody. It's understanding yourself. And then they want to get validated by their traumatized relationships or their negative experiences with women, so they can be like, wow, okay, yeah, I really have to stay away from women because, you know, if I don't, then I'm gonna be fucking ran over. And it's like, dude, you're creating everything. Everything has came from you, but you don't want to realize that, because it takes too much work to look inward and be like, this is all coming from me. I could really change everything if I wanted to, but it's a lot easier to turn on a video and be like, yeah, I'm right, because this person is getting, you know, thousands, hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes millions of views for arguing this perspective that I can relate to, but it doesn't make it correct, you know? And these people want to give you dating advice, red pill, black pill advice on how the world works. And you have to understand, you're on semen retention, you have an advantage, dude. Don't misuse that by being stupid. Don't misuse all that energy just to further yourself on the road of being limited by your beliefs. This world is a fucking dream. You're dreaming. And I've been astral projecting so much to the point where I can see through reality. This doesn't even feel real anymore. The experience itself is very real, but it's an illusion. It's not real in the sense of this is all that exists and this is the truth that there is. The truth is that your beliefs create what existence you're going to be experiencing, what reality you're going to be experiencing. But if you never see that, you're just going to be stuck in your limiting beliefs, and then you're going to be on retention, and it's going to amplify, because retention is an amplifier. Everything that you believe is going to become amplified. And if you don't ever look at that, then of course it's going to seem like, oh shit, I have to hate women. Of course it's going to seem like, oh, these experiences are the only experiences that I can attract because I'm on retention. But it's like, you don't want to look inside and be like, wow, my thoughts about this situation is why I'm experiencing these circumstances. It's too harsh of a reality. It's too harsh to tell somebody, hey, your life is shit because you made it that way, because your thinking has allowed you to be that way. Your soul signed up for the shitty situation that you were born into, but that doesn't mean that your circumstances are going to determine your future. That doesn't mean that you can't do something about it. And if you've been in a shitty situation, I would say retain, and you actually have leverage because you've experienced the contrast of what you don't want, and now you can dive forward into what you do want by projecting your thoughts into the direction that you do want. People that don't experience any contrast or experience very little contrast have less leverage because they have to experience more sifting. They have to experience more friction in the future due to the fact that it'll be difficult. It'll be more challenging to determine what is really true for them, what is really right for them. So if you've really had a shitty life, then you know exactly what you don't want. So then all you have to do is just change your thoughts. All you have to do is just manifest a new reality. And then all these retention YouTubers are coming at you with all this drama-filled spiritual crap. And it's like, oh my God, this is gonna happen. I'm gonna face these entities. I'm gonna astral project and it's demonic, and you know, all this shit is, it's like, dude, stop feeding into it. You're enabling these stupid fucking people, and they feel, the truth is they feel validated off of it. They're feeding off your energy. But not only that, is you don't understand that a lot of the time they're smarter than you because they know it's bullshit, but they know it's going to get views. If they come on the camera and say, oh, you know, beware of this woman, beware of this type of person, beware of the tests that are going to come on semen retention. Why is it that I've been able to go 117 days with no fucking tests? With the only test is you. You are the test. You are not experiencing an external war, a spiritual war that is being projected onto you. The spiritual war is between you and yourself, your higher self and your lower self, which is happening within you and not external to you. So the longer you do retention, you're able to see through reality itself, and you're able to see and feel your energy on a deeper level to where you understand what's really benefiting you and what's not. And if you continue doing retention, but you're not willing to actually do the work, you're just sitting on your balls all day, you're not going to get anywhere. That's why I get so many comments of guys who've gone for 6 months, 7 months. Guys are commenting on the channel saying, I'm on day 500, I'm on day 600. What do you want? You want a pat on your ball sack? Like, what do you want me to say? If I was on 500 days, bro, I wouldn't even want to be on YouTube. Like, I do this shit because I know there's certain people who genuinely get inspired, and there's a select few people, very small percentage of people who actually get motivated from this shit. But like I said, there's people out here, not everyone, a large portion of these motherfuckers just want to get some views. They just want to get validated because they never had anything, bro. They never had women attraction before in their life. They never had attention from friends or other men or men looking up to them in their life. They never had someone give a fuck about them. So then they start posting, and then they're like, oh shit, people care about me. People are looking forward to me. It's like, no, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. It's an illusion. You think that because you're talking about something that people are going to care, but they just care about their relation to the subject that you're presenting, their own validation that they're getting from you being in alignment with their perspective. But once you deviate from the norm, which is natural, but it's not the norm, once you deviate from that far enough, you start to see that you're not of the world anymore. You're not of this world, so you can't participate with the things of this world. You can't say, oh, I'm in touch with my higher self, and then think from your lower self and still be in alignment with your lower self's limiting beliefs. You can be Superman. You can be anything that you want to be in this reality. Everything exists. According to quantum physics, everything exists. Anything that you can imagine, if you can imagine yourself flying, if you can imagine yourself having heat vision, if you can imagine yourself punching through fucking Earth itself, if you can imagine the moon in your hands, then you can accomplish that. But you don't want to go there. You don't, because it's too difficult. It's too out of the ordinary for you. That's why I don't know if I'm going to continue this. I watched some of my videos and I cringe, dude. And I cringe at these other guys. There's some of them, a select few. There's like a couple of dudes that talk about retention that are just genuine. And I enjoy seeing them progress on their journey because they're just genuine. And they genuinely believe in retention. They don't talk about it in this fancy fucking way. You know, they're not trying to edge you with clickbait titles or clickbait content, or they're not making a drama show about it, and they're not making it a big deal, and they don't go about it in this corny fucking way. Like and subscribe, guys. Join the program. You know, get better at being a man. It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You know what you're doing, and you're taking advantage of these kids. You're taking advantage of the people who don't understand the truth when you probably do. You know that you create your own reality, but you don't want to tell anybody. Because if you told these people, you wouldn't have an audience. If you told these people the truth, then your bullshit would no longer be able to be force-fed down these motherfuckers' throats. And you guys eat it. You guys just eat it up. Because you're not willing to think for yourself, or feed yourself. So, if you're not doing retention, I mean, I run into depleted fucks every day. And it doesn't bother me. You know, it's just like, it doesn't bother you at all. Because everybody is going to have a different life path, and everybody's goals are completely different. Some people, they really do believe that it is healthy to have a sex life. It is healthy to have intercourse with random people, or your girlfriend or your wife. I'm just not there. I'm not there. That's not what I believe in. I've seen the benefit of deviating from that and saying, you know what, I'm going to use all of my sexual energy to project a reality into my existence that is beneficial for me and the people around me, instead of just wasting it on temporary pleasure. That's the goal. That's the discipline. That's what excites me, is using all of the momentum I've built to continue it forward. And I see comments like, you're not going to be here in 6 months, bro. You're not going to retain for that much longer. You're going to fall off. And it's like, but you don't even know what's going on. You don't even know like what's going on in my life, how much I get done. You know, you don't see the reality of my inner world that my circumstances, my 3D reality is going to catch up to. But nobody wants to talk about this shit because, like I said, it's too harsh. You would rather listen to somebody tell you, oh, fuck, it's the woman attraction. Dude, I can't wait till I get to day 36 because this guy said once you get past day 35, that's when pussy starts crawling to you. It's like, dude, come on, be smarter than that. Like, look at yourself. Look at yourself and look at what you're commenting. Look at all the people you're viewing. You know, I see comments on these videos. Oh, this is my favorite new SR YouTuber. Bro, he's edging you. He's fucking edging you. And I've done the same thing. I feel like I have to write a fucking contract to you guys and be like, are you willing to get edged for the next 500 fucking videos if you really want SR content? Because that's what it is. It's just more energy. That's all it is. It's just more fuel for your thinking and for your vessel. That's all it is. It's not that big of a deal. And if you're not willing to do that, to access that energy, that just means you're lower energy. That's all it means. It just means you're lower energy and you have, you know, kind of a handicap on you. But that doesn't give any of us the right to be like, oh, you're a depleted fuck. You know, you're just a horrible person. There's some nice depleted fucks who are just unconscious, bro. Like, they try their best to be a nice person, but they're just low energy. And it's not, obviously, it's not an attractive thing when you're a high energy person, but that doesn't mean that you have to neglect or, you know, stomp on these fucking people. You know, a lot of you guys, you're retaining, but you're struggling so hard, but it's because you don't understand that you're feeding the struggle and you're looking for benefits that don't exist. I'm not saying the benefits don't exist. I'm saying in your reality, they don't exist because you're so caught up in the bullshit. You're so pre-paving a way of struggle that you're never going to experience the actual benefits. You're just going to experience the bullshit. If you want to experience benefits, the most beneficial thing that anybody can tell you is you create your own reality. So your next thought is planting a seed of what you are going to experience in your physical reality, but you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there because it's too much accountability. It's too much responsibility to understand I am the creator. How are you going to be separate from God? How? There is no separation. You're playing the game of separation right now. And it gets boring. It gets so fucking boring to be like, oh, this is what happens on semen retention, or this is how you get a good girl, or this is, you know, how you have to stay away from Jezebels, this is how you stay away from wet dreams. It's just another form of bullshit. It's just another form of entertainment that they're using this concept of retention to allow themselves to create another platform, another pathway to contribute to society's bullshit. And that's not going to stop. So I'm telling you, question really what kind of information you're subjecting yourself to. Because at the end of the day, your perspective, your thoughts are going to create your reality. If you get on retention and you think, holy fuck, this is going to be the best thing ever because I'm on day 60 right now, and if I get to day 61, that's when I become the fucking president. If you believe it hard enough, that's what's going to happen. But if you think, oh, I'm on day 100 and nothing has fucking changed, dude. I'm watching all this content, but I'm not experiencing it in my life. It's because you don't know what reality is. You can have a super fast car with a crazy engine and crazy gas in it, so much fuel in that motherfucker, it's filled to the brim, but you don't know how to drive it. You don't know where you want to go. And then you just look at all the other cars that are going super fast, and they're saying like, oh, you know, if you put this much fuel in your car, you're going to be able to get to over here, and on the way you're going to see all these things. It's like, you don't have to take the same road. You don't even know how to drive yet. You don't even know that your car is capable of getting over there. So you don't even know if you can even experience these things, or if you're really in alignment with these things, because you're focused on the outside. You're not focused on your inner world. You're not focused on, what am I really creating? And then you want to listen to, oh shit, maybe I need to read the Bible. I need to go worship this motherfucker, because if I don't, then I'm not righteous. Who said that? You're listening to God didn't write the fucking Bible. I hate when people get on here and they think that they're messengers of God. Do you know how fucking egotistical that is? You want to call me egotistical because I worship myself, my higher self. I just do what excites me. Seeing retention as a part of my life is what excites me. Making music, modeling, improving my physique excites me. It's pleasurable to me. It's not a waste of energy to me. But that book and all the other books and everything else that anybody says in this fucking world is man-made. You're just creating. You're following something that is man-made. You're following something that came from another man. But if you understand that you create your own reality, you're now following you. You're now leading yourself. You don't have to follow anything.
So for my SR guys, I'm on day 119 of senior retention. I want to talk about something different today because I saw a video earlier this week about this dude saying bodybuilding is gay. And I've gotten some comments on my channel where whenever I talk about fitness, whenever I share my physique, it's hated on. I get a lot of support too, so I want to say I appreciate everybody who supports the videos. The last video on the channel, you guys being comfortable with me doing something different was very cool of you. But everybody who supports the semen retention journey, and if you are doing semen retention, if you are practicing this, even if you're on day 2, I'm really proud of you because I understand how difficult it is. And I just want to say, don't be hard on yourself, regardless if this is going to be a different video. Probably going to talk about retention as well and how that plays a part in bodybuilding and just fitness in general, because I see this narrative of people saying that it's gay or calling me a homosexual because I have a nice physique. Obviously, these guys are jealous or they feel a type of way about it. And I see a lot of other fitness influencers and guys who have developed their physique where other guys will just call them gay, or I get this one a lot, egotistical. Like, you're egotistical for having the discipline to work out. You're having the right diet and you're taking care of yourself. So obviously you're egotistical. And I was watching this video of this guy. He had a pretty built physique, and he said that he basically let himself go and he had the worst time of his life during this period of him bodybuilding and him being basically a gym cell. And bodybuilding isn't about being a gym cell or just ignoring other areas of your life. It's about making the most out of your physique and taking care of your health. And I also see a lot of people say that it's very egotistical to want to build muscle, or some of the arguments that he used is, you know, looking that big makes you look stupid, or looking big in general or having muscle makes you look stupid, because it's a sign that you are not willing to take care of other areas in your life, because building muscle takes so much time that it's basically like you're just a dumbass who just lifts weights. And I see this tied into the SR community because a lot of you guys are into fitness. A lot of you guys are either well on your fitness journey. Before you even started SR, you've been working out, but you realize that because of SR, you're able to go way harder in the gym and your workouts are way more intense. So not only have I benefited from that same fact that SR has given me more energy in the gym, but also I feel like I'm able to endure pain more. And I wanted to talk about why I don't want others to dive into this, especially the younger generation, of thinking that working out and taking care of yourself is automatically going to make you egotistical or make people not like you. When you do develop a physique that is above average, you're going to get a lot of reactions from people, a lot of hate from people, because they're not taking care of themselves, or they don't have the discipline to the extent that you do. They're not willing to put in the work. And some of the points this guy used, I'll probably link the video in the description so you go watch it for yourself. But I saw a lot of guys in the comments agreeing with him and saying, you know, like, you're totally right. I shouldn't work out because it's taking my time away from women. It's taking my time away from all this stuff. And that's really a unique experience, because you can totally manage your time, and you have 24 hours in a day. You know, even if you sleep for 8 hours, you still have at least an hour to go to the gym, an hour to put in some work, and you have plenty of other time to go do other stuff. But the arguments he used was like, you know, it makes you look stupid because you're holding on too much mass, and that takes discipline and time, which means you have no other time for anything else. And that he used to be a gym cell and it ruined his life, and now he has more time with women and his sex life is better than ever. So I don't want to get too into the sex part, because you guys already know my opinion on that. I mean, it's fucking stupid. But to think that bodybuilding is automatically gay, and that you are just around other men all the time being sweaty and, you know, just lifting weights with each other. First of all, personally, I don't lift with anybody pretty much. I just lift in my home gym. And if I do go to the gym, I'm going alone, and I'm never showing my physique off in the gym. I'm hooded up most of the time and just enjoying my workout. And I'm paraphrasing, I may get some of this wrong, but he's saying that for a big part of his life, he was working out, and he let himself go because he realized that you can't be that big and be spiritual, that being a bodybuilder is limiting you in your spiritual journey. And I want that to be a focus of the video, where it's like, you can still have a discipline, have a healthy body, and have a healthy mind. You can, I think they go hand in hand. I don't think you can have one without the other. Honestly, I feel as you develop your mind, you're going to want to develop your body. And as you develop your body, you're going to want to develop your mind. So he's saying that your spiritual journey kind of gets hijacked by your drive to build mass or to want to lift weights, because there's not enough depth to these people who choose to improve their physique, that they're too shallow, that they're egotistical. And everybody's different, everyone has different goals. But if you are a dude, why would you not want to go to the gym? Especially, no matter what anybody says, if they're calling you gay, if they're saying you're egotistical, if they're saying you're a narcissist, if they're saying you're just doing this for women, which there may be some people who fit within those boxes, but most of the time, especially if you're on this channel, you're doing it because you want to reach your highest potential. You're doing it because you want to train your body, train your mind, and you want to look your best. You want to max out your genetics. You're not trying to look like the Hulk necessarily, because you're not going to look like that unless you're on steroids. But you want to develop your physique enough to where you're comfortable with it, right? And also see your genetic potential. How does that make you gay? How does that make you someone who's egotistical? I believe that it's more egotistical to think you shouldn't work out, to think that you're good enough as you are, and there's no room for improvement. As Vegeta would say, have you reached perfection already? Are you already perfect? As I'm training, I'm developing my mind. As I'm training, I understand that it's also a spiritual experience. It's not just a physical experience. Combined with SR, you understand that your spiritual energy is allowing you to intensify your workouts. So I really think this person, obviously, they let themselves go and they didn't want to continue pushing themselves. Maybe they really did, you know, lose a big chunk of time to develop the muscle that they did. But I still saw a lot of guys in the comments saying, oh, this is basically an excuse not to go to the gym. This is basically an excuse to not develop my physique. And I've been able to put on 30 pounds of lean mass just within the past year off of training. Just training and not even optimizing my diet perfectly. Just making sure that I'm eating clean, but I could have put on way more mass with SR and eating way more food is what I'm saying. How does that make you egotistical? I don't see how wanting to be the best version of yourself automatically makes you somebody who is hated in this society, because weakness is the norm. Weakness breeds more weakness. And when we have a popular argument saying that, you know, you're not going to be spiritual or you're not going to be developed within your mind because you're bodybuilding, it's not only taking the joy out of bodybuilding, but it's putting all of these people who are really doing something positive for their lives and just making them all seem dumb and making them all seem like they're not bright people, when some of the kindest, some of the most spiritually developed people that I've ever met and know of are people with great physiques and people who train consistently, because they understand that your mind and your body are connected, and your body is a representation of what's going on in your mind. So I wouldn't have been able to develop this physique if I had a shitty mindset. I wouldn't have been able to reach the levels of consciousness that I'm directing my energy towards. I wouldn't be able to reach these frequencies that I am if I was just laying on my ass all day. So when people call you gay, when people call you egotistical, understand that they're obviously jealous of your physique. But if you're on SR and you're not working out, I understand that everybody's different. But I would greatly encourage you to look at this a little bit differently, because maybe you sit somewhere along these lines of, well, I want to develop my mind. But how are you going to have a strong mind if you don't have a strong body, and vice versa? How are you going to have a strong body if you don't have a strong mind? They're very connected to each other. And I see that so many people are willing to let go of their values just because someone else feels a way about it, or there's a popular opinion about the subject at hand. Like doing semen retention, you will deal with people who think you're gay. You will deal with women who think you're gay, because you're going to look a lot better, okay? You're going to have a glow up just off of the simple fact that you are retaining your life force energy. It's going to de-age you. It's going to make you look younger. And then these people who are consistently having sex or watching porn are going to hate you because you're looking better. Combining that with the energy and confidence that you gain from SR and a nice physique, the hate that you get is going to be just astronomically different from everybody else that receives hate. I don't think anybody in this world receives hate the way that a retainer does. And that's because your energy is literally alien. Your vibration is alien. And working out raises your vibration. I always hear arguments whenever I talk about fitness, or whenever I mention that SR and fitness are always going hand in hand with each other, that it is an egotistical thing to do and it's delaying your spiritual progress. But how are you going to evolve spiritually if you're just not willing to move, if you're not willing to stay healthy, if you're not willing to keep the vessel that God gave you in a healthy state? It's not about being, the next Mr. Olympia all the time, or just getting on roids so that you can look like a freak. Maybe that's your goal. Maybe that's what you want to do. But I personally believe that it's way more impressive for you to have an amazing physique naturally, completely naturally. And if you do SR, you're going to build muscle faster, you're going to retain the muscle a lot easier, and you're just automatically going to be more lean for tons of reasons that I've stated in previous videos. One of those being that you're producing less prolactin, which makes you fucking fat. And it decreases your bone density, and it decreases your testosterone. When you're having sex, you release prolactin, which is decreasing your testosterone. I always get the argument that, oh, if I have more sex with women, then my testosterone is gonna go up. It's fucking wrong. Every time you ejaculate, you're losing test and you're losing energy, you're losing your life force. And then you try to work out the way that you did when you're on SR after a relapse, and you can't lift the weights that you were lifting. You can't work out with the same intensity. You don't have the drive. I know that I talked about limiting beliefs and I talked about how SR just gives you more energy, but there is more than that I didn't include in the video. There's way more than that than I will be able to include in this video. And one of those things is not only that you have the fuel, it's the drive. It's the desire to push past your limits. It's something that I can't explain unless you're doing retention. You understand. You have this competitive nature to you that rises above the average man, to the point where someone will look at you like you're fucking crazy for wanting to go that hard. People will look at you when you're working out like you are a madman. And someone who's on roids, they can be on steroids and they will not have as much energy as you. And they will feel that. I've gone to the gym before where guys who are way bigger than me are looking at me like they're scared of me. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm just working out and I'm half your fucking size, yet you are intimidated by me. It's because your energy is always going to speak louder than the physical. So you can use that as part of your argument to not work out, but it's not fair on yourself to just give up on yourself just for the sake of an argument. It's not fair for your future and for your potential, because why would you just want to develop spiritually or develop your mind but have your body lag behind you? It doesn't make sense. And vice versa though. But that doesn't give anybody the right to be mad. Everybody has the right to express their opinion, but to be mad at you because you have a nice physique, to be mad at you because you're glowing up on SR, to be mad at you because you're willing to do things that average men are not willing to do is not right. And women constantly will see this glow up within you, this confidence within you, and they will feel intimidated a lot of the time. Men will also feel intimidated because they're not willing to do what it takes. The amount of men that I get in my comment section trying to say that I don't know what I'm talking about consciousness, that I don't know what I'm talking about when I'm doing SR, and I live it every day. I'm on day 119 on this streak, and I've reached 100 days before. I've reached plenty of 90+ day streaks in the past almost 3 years that I've been doing SR. And people want to put other things before themselves. You're never going to be successful if you put woman before yourself. You're never going to be successful if you put anything before yourself other than your higher self, God, the universe, whatever you want to call it. And all these things that are going to improve your vibration are not going to delay your progress just because someone says that, oh, if you work out, you're a dumbass. And all these people want to make excuses in this comment section that I saw. That it's like, wow, someone is finally speaking up about how horrible being a gym cell is. Just because you work out first of all, doesn't mean you're a gym cell. Just because you're improving your physique and you look better than somebody else doesn't mean that all you do is think about the gym all the time. And one of the arguments this guy also used was that you should work on something creative. You should have a business. You shouldn't have muscle, because if you have muscle, then you look like a dumbass. And he was talking about how his relationship with his dad also improved, because when he was building muscle, his dad thought that he was a dumbass because, you know, you're building too much muscle. It takes too much time and discipline to do that it makes you seem like you're not spiritually developed. And then as soon as he stopped working out, his dad was on his ass and he was like, oh, congrats, boy. You know, you don't have muscle on you. Now you can spend time with women and ejaculating and releasing your life force energy. And, you know, he's very well articulated. I'll give him that. He seems like an intelligent person as far as he knows how to speak upon things and make it seem very intellectual. But his argument is is obsolete. It is not something that is going to stand the test of time, because he wants to say that you age faster if you work out, and that you're not going to be spiritually driven. But the fact is that with the way he was speaking, especially upon his father's relationship, which I don't know him, right? But the way he was speaking about it was that he got a lot of validation from his father. And the fact that now that he's not working out and putting bodybuilding at the top of his priority, his father is probably looking at him and being less intimidated by him, and finally giving him some props, because now he's looking at his son like, oh, this motherfucker's not above me. And I can get into his mind to make him think that, oh, bodybuilding is gay, or bodybuilding is for dumbasses. And if I can get him there, then I can validate him a little bit, and then my son's gonna suck up to me. It's stupid how people will make any excuse and not see through the reality of what's going on in order for them to stay average. And that goes hand in hand with SR, because people don't want to actually try the practice, but then they'll come onto SR videos, which is super confusing, because most of these guys should be on SR. If you're watching SR content, you should be doing it, right? You should be practicing that shit. But these guys want to get into the comment section to be like, SR is placebo. I'm gonna write you a whole book and tell you why SR is placebo, and why scientists state that SR is placebo, and why you should ejaculate and have a healthy relationship with women. You should have a healthy, that was one of the guy's arguments too, that I'm having way more sex than I ever did in my life, and women actually find my appeal to be way more attractive now that I don't have a bunch of muscle on me. And it's like, dude, you were maxing out your genetics. You still could have been spiritually inclined. You didn't have to spend 24 hours in the gym. You still could have looked good. You still could have been progressing. But now you drop yourself off and you're trying to make an excuse for it. And you have all these other guys that are in the same boat, and they're probably fat as fuck now, and they want someone to relate to and be like, well, he gave up. Now I don't feel as bad as I used to, because giving up is easy and it's the norm, and I don't have to own up to my weakness, and I can say, yeah, bodybuilding and fitness and staying healthy is for gay dudes only, and if you do that, you're gay and you're egotistical and you're a narcissist and you're a dumbass. It is the same thing with SR. Anybody who's doing SR, oh, it's cope, you're an incel, you know, you can't get laid, there's no appeal, you're basically just hated on because your discipline is screaming in these people's faces that they could never have the balls to even try this shit. So they come to the comment section to try to derail you and say that, oh, you can't get women, you're gay, you know, you're never going to actually get anything done in life, because there's successful people who are having sex and ejaculating all the time. They're talking about things they don't even know. They're talking about people they don't even know. And I bet you they've never retained for a week in their life. So they've never actually felt what it's like to retain. They've never felt the confidence. They've never felt the real life force energy that, first of all, is the most powerful energy in the universe. And if you want to argue with that, then it just shows how ignorant you are. How is the power of life itself going to be countered? What is the devil's advocate for that? Seriously, how are you going to say that the power, the seed of life itself, which first of all is the rarest thing that you can find, you can't find that, you can't recreate that manually, you can't manufacture that in some fucking lab. That is within your ball sack. You have it as a man, and people want to say that it's just useless. So don't listen to these people, and don't get derailed off your path just because an opinion is getting popular. If you see that people are saying that just because you're developing your physique, oh, it's not worth it, oh, you should join the black pill or whatever the fuck that is, and just, you know, ignore progressing in life because you're just a nihilist, and you think everything is so negative, and you think women are so bad that there's no point in improving yourself, because in the first place you were improving yourself for women. This has nothing to do with women. This has semen retention and fitness has nothing to do with women. And if you're doing it for those reasons, then you're not going to get as far as someone who actually likes being in there and doing the work, not just doing it so they could look good for some fucking cheeks. I mean, it's like, anything else in life, the person who really enjoys the experience of it and is not looking for a benefit goes hand in hand with SR. Someone who enjoys SR and has the right reason to do it is going to get way further than someone who's doing SR just so they can get clear skin or just so they can get the white eyes. As soon as the flat line comes in or their benefits plateau, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to relapse again, you know? And then you fall into the opinions, if you do so, of others, and you think that, well, all these people think that I'm, you know, doing this and it's cope, or I can't even really tell or hang around people anymore. I can't tell them what I'm really doing because if I do, they're going to make fun of me. Let them. Let them say and laugh at you. I've experienced it tons of times. And I went out to eat the other day, and the tables were really close together. There was a really big dude, not muscle mass. He was just big as fuck, and he was sitting near me in my table. And the second that I got there, you can feel energy on semen retention. You can feel people's intentions. You can feel the room feels different. The air feels different. You feel everything on a deeper level while you're doing semen retention. So I get in there. As soon as I sit down at my table, the guy that is sitting right next to my table, on his seat in his table, he speaks so loud to the point where it's like you can't hear anything else. Basically, you can't even hear the fucking music. You can't hear anything. You can barely hear the conversations that are happening at my table because this guy is overcompensating for his lack of energy. And this happens a lot. Who cares if these people are trying to overcompensate or trying to make excuses for their weakness when you know you're on the right path? So understand that there's going to be a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of people, especially with the rise in fitness, there's going to be just as much contrast to that. And a lot of people saying that, you know, you're gay, you're egotistical, you're just doing this for women. You're doing this because you couldn't get laid before. And it's like, what happened to just wanting to improve yourself? And it's not wrong to want to be better for yourself. And it's not wrong to want to look better for yourself, feel better for yourself, eat better for yourself, and think better for yourself. Why does everything have to be about women? Why does everything have to be about sex? Why does everything have to be about, oh, I'm doing this to get this? Why can't you just enjoy the shit? Why can't you just not be, an extremist? You don't have to be in the gym all day, but you have an hour. You have an hour to go lift some fucking weights. You have the rest of your life to take care of your vessel. Why just give up on it and then say, oh, well, I'm having more sex than ever before and my appeal is greater than ever before, even though this guy does not look masculine anymore. He completely dropped his balls off and now he's acting like it's a good thing. So, yeah. I'm on 127 days of retention right now. I wanted to make a little bit of a different video, mostly for myself, but anybody who feels the need to see this type of content. It's not going to be as beating around the bush as some of my other videos, although I think I'm pretty transparent. But to get to the point, this is how I talk to myself. This whole video will be me talking to myself as if I'm talking to myself to stay retaining, to continue retaining, and to completely prevent a relapse. This is what would go on in my mind. So the urge that you're going through, it's going to pass. It's going to pass, and then you're going to feel like a complete dumbass when you spill your seed and you are no longer filled with the vitality that you were once filled with. You're not going to feel like a man after you spill your seed. You're going to feel like a bitch. You're going to sound like a bitch. You're going to act like a bitch. And yeah, you may fit in with the rest of these children because that's what they are. They're children. They can't control themselves. And that's what you want to be like. You want to be a child? Do you want to be a stupid fucking child with no seed in their sack? You may be going through the most intense urge right now, but you meditate, you go train, and then you feel better. You stay on your diet, you go outside, you do something real,
You get off the fucking internet because it's a fake fucking place, and you talk yourself into the benefits that you've experienced on this streak. Imagine what your life is going to look like 3 months from now, a year from now, of you retaining and putting all the bullshit to the side. Stop looking at what other people are doing. Stop comparing yourself to these depleted fucks who seem like they're having a good time. They go to sleep at night with nothing inside of them. And yeah, you may have to miss out on experiences with women, but who fucking cares? Do you see the music that you're making? Do you see your creation process? Do you hear yourself now? Do you see your mind? Do you see the change that's happening in your mind? You don't want to go back. You don't really want to go back. No, you're having a difficult time maybe retaining right now, but it will pass. And holding that much tension in you speaks way more. It says way more about what you are, who you are, than letting that tension out with a silly fucking nut. A nut. 5 seconds, 10 seconds maximum. And it doesn't even feel that good. It's oversaturating your mind. It's this dramatic feeling that you create within your mind. Those 30 seconds to a minute of buildup right before you come is probably the best and worst feeling of your fucking life. Because it's you engaging with pleasures that brings your dopamine so high. And as soon as you nut, it's over. It's completely over. You sound like a bitch. You try to be masculine. You can't even do it because it's not coming from a real place. You have no masculine energy within you. And you can say, oh, but I'll get back on it in a week. I'll be fine in a week and I can enjoy myself right now. I'll have the best sex of my life and it's going to feel absolutely amazing. And then I can just get back on retention in a week and, I'll have my support. People are going to be like, oh, I get it, man. You're human. But fuck that. Fuck it. I'm not. I don't want to be a silly fucking human. I don't want to be weak. I mean, I've been training every day, going to the gym every day. My gains have been insane. The level of work that I'm able to do every day. Training, even when I'm sore, going beyond failure. I mean, the fucking pump I had today was to die for. I would rather do that than nut. I would rather be in the gym than ejaculate. I would rather do something that's actually going to be long lasting. I mean, the project that I just dropped it's long lasting. It's going to be there after I die. And that nut is the introduction to your death. I've been retaining for 127 days. I can go another 127 fucking days. There's times where I have intense urges. There's times where I'm like, what has really changed biologically speaking? What has really changed? But it's just my mind playing tricks on me. It's just my mind telling me, you know what? This is too hard, man. You're pushing yourself too hard. I should be. Do you want to be weak like everyone else? Do you want to look, act, talk, think like everyone else? They don't even fucking understand the world. They don't even understand themselves. And they're weak because of it. They're weak because they have no fucking seed in them. No, the seed of life itself. If you want to create a child, that's a different story. 99.9% of us are not there. I don't even know if I'll ever be there. I'm scared of relapsing. That's why I'm able to continue retention, because I know what it will bring. And I hear people say all the time, oh, I relapse and I feel fine. I relapse and I was able to hold, some benefits. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. Your body, in a state of conscious release, thinks that you are procreating. It's going to send out the best you got to make that baby. It's going to send out the highest quality sperm
that you've been holding on to? Can you not hold on another day? Can you not hold on another week? I swear, if you hold on another day, these urges will pass. If you hold on another week, you will feel like a different man. You will feel like the beast that you are because you did something that no one else is willing to do. And I hear people all the time, I can't get past day 7. I can't get past day 14. I can't get past day 30. These bitches are too bad. You are wasting your fucking life. Wasting it. Do you want to waste your life? Who cares if shit is hard right now? Who cares if you're not getting everything overnight? If you're not seeing the benefits overnight? How long have you been depleted? You've nutted how many times? Was it a different story? How many times do you have to put yourself through that shit again so you can wake up the morning after, feel like a piece of shit, gravitate towards piece of shit foods, gravitate towards piece of shit entertainment, gravitate towards piece of shit actions, and then you sound like a dumbass and you talk to people and yeah, they may be a little nicer to you. Since I've been on retention, it's like people don't even, they will be passive aggressive with me 99% of the time, and I'm kind to people and I understand it. Yeah, my energy is probably fucking with them in a way that I can't even comprehend right now, but I'm not going to put myself down just because these motherfuckers are looking at something they've never seen before. Why the fuck would I do that? Why would I deplete myself for your liking? Why would I humble myself before you? Why would I settle down for some shit that I don't really want? In a moment of weakness? You're saying you can't get past day 7. Your dog has probably been retaining longer than you. And in a weak moment, you're thinking about having sex. You're thinking about depleting yourself. Really, you can't go another 127 days. Is that what you're telling me? You went 127 days. You can't go another 100. What are you, a bitch? You have a dick and balls. Act like you have a dick and balls. For once in your fucking life, act like it. Who the fuck is stopping you? You're the only person stopping you. These cam girls are not stopping you. These women are not stopping you. Society is not stopping you. They may throw some shit in your face, but that's not going to stop you unless you want to be stopped. Unless you want to say, oh, I couldn't beat the battle today because their soldiers were stronger. Really? You want to go to sleep knowing that you didn't win. You couldn't hold another day because that side is stronger. You want to say that you're too horny, that you're too masculine, that you have so much test in you that you can't hold for another day. Excuses. And it's the shittiest kind. Oh, but retention is the same if I'm on day 7 in 2 weeks and a month, and it's the same as 100 days. Keep telling yourself that because you can't make it to 100 days. Keep telling yourself that. If it makes you sleep easier, I mean, with nothing in your sack, I would have to tell myself a lot. So if you want to relapse, go relapse. Go be a weak fuck. Be conscious about your weakness. Own it. Know that you are weak. And the retainers will see you that way. They're going to fucking see you that way. Even if they say, oh, we still support you. You know, you're only human. You retain for a good amount of time. Just get back on the horse, you know. Get back on track and everything's going to be fine. No, it's not. Life is going to run you over. Your blind spots will maximize. And you will think back to your moment of relapse and you will think, I did something completely wrong. I fucked myself. I fucked myself over because I was too weak. And society normalized, and then you want to blame society. Society normalized ejaculation though. So why is it that some people can ejaculate with no consequences? And when I ejaculate, it's like the universe is throwing me down in the dirt and dragging me by my fucking feet until my head hurts for weeks, and then you start sneezing and you're coughing and you can't fucking breathe correctly and you have mucus coming out of your fucking nose, and you go outside and you can't handle the cold, you go outside and you can't handle the heat,
and little things will bother you like a fucking bitch you are, because you have no seed in you. So go relapse. If that's what you want to do. You want to relapse? Okay, go. And then think about how shitty your sleep is, how out of touch you are going to be with universal law, how out of touch you're going to be with reality. You're going to think that people will put up with your femininity as a man, you sounding like a bitch. You know what that says? This guy's a bitch. I can treat him like a bitch. One thing that I can say is no one disrespects me on retention. And after a relapse, people feel like they should. Like it's their job to disrespect you. You may get hated on. You may have to face other people's envy, but that's a different story. They won't tell you up front. Nobody, ever since this streak and any streak I've ever been on, nobody has ever had shit to say to my face. It's always on the internet. That's not real anyway. So, I mean, if you care about what people say about you on the internet, then that's a different story. 127 days. Now, I'm not saying you need to go pat your balls and give yourself a pat on the back. I'm saying that's good. Go longer. Don't give up. The fuck is stopping you? Oh, you're having a hard day. People normalized weakness. You know how many semen retention channels are so comfortable with coming on camera and saying, you know what, guys, I relapsed. I'm not human. Or I am human. I'm so human that I relapsed. I'm not human. I'm not. So I won't act like one. I won't use that as a silly fucking excuse. Oh, I'm too human. So of course I'm not like Buddha, you know. I'm not like the saint. So of course I spilled. You spilled. You spilled your own blood, your own DNA, your own vibration, your own consciousness. You spilled to a fucking video, to some cheeks, to some flesh that's going to rot, to a bitch that doesn't give a fuck about you. As soon as you nut, she's gone. You spilled. Okay. I mean, I don't have to beat you up because life is going to do it for you. And you can come on these videos and say, oh, you're crazy, you know, you're acting out of frustration. This is you suppressing your sexual urges. No shit. No, what do you think this is? Do you think it is out of happiness that I'm just happy to have a full sack? Do you know what comes with this? Do you understand that retention is not a path to happiness? It's a path to realness. That you will see everything for what it truly is, and then you want to say, "Oh, but I'm human. I'm just a silly fucking boy, and I don't know how to control my dick." That excuse can only work for so long, and especially these SR channels want to say, "Yeah, guys, I fucked up. I'm gonna get back on it," and you guys run to the comments. "Oh, it's okay, buddy." You know how much bullshit I already face while I'm on retention? Just on here alone. And as soon as you relapse, if I relapsed, most of these fuckers would be like, "Oh, bro, good job," and still support me. That's not what I want you to do. Shame me if I relapse. Horrible job. Fuck you for leading us into darkness. Look at you. But you guys support these fuckers after a relapse and say, you know what, it's okay. It's okay that you were gooning to some bitch you don't know. And then they feel all warm and fuzzy inside, and they look back at the comments like, "Oh, I'm good. They still like me." With nothing in them. Empty.
depending on your support. Yet you go to them for answers. You go to them because supposedly they know it all, right? They know what the fuck they're talking about. No, I assure you, 90% of you in the comments know more than these fuckers making SR channels. Some of you guys are on 200 days, 300 plus days. Yet you want to stay quiet when people need you more than ever. And then you let some guy that reached day 20 opens up a channel talking about his 20 days for the rest of his fucking life when he can't even get past day 14 anymore. Yet you listen to this fucker like he has all the answers when he's 20 years old and he looks like he's 50. And he's busting nuts every fucking Tuesday, yet you open him up on YouTube because he's the one with the answers. No, he's fucking taking advantage of you and your stupidity. And I feel like I'm the only one who ever says what day I'm on. Everybody else is so anonymous with this shit. Like, they could have relapsed last night and then get back on camera. They've been retaining for 7 hours. I'm a retainer. No, you're a fucking goofball. No one cares about you. No one cares. And you want to steal the shine like you worked for it. You didn't. And you can't get past day 30. And you think that 30 days is going to change you. Now that I've been past 100 days, you realize that 100 days is the new 10 days. And it makes little difference, 30 days. 90 days makes somewhat more of a difference, but nothing compared to what we should be. We're talking about retaining for 100 days like it's magical. We're talking about retaining for 127 days like this is fucking life-changing. This is the start. If you give up now, you're nothing. You give up now, it's not going to be, I'm just getting back on track. Motherfucker, life is going to fuck you over raw and keep you there for months. So think about that. When you think about relapsing, think about how you're going to get fucked. And you want to say, oh, but I can praise the Lord. I can, get on my knees and just pray my sins away. How's that working out for you? How is it? Do you think Jesus gives a fuck that while he was holding the cross, you're over here gooning to some bitch on a screen? You're basically being gay with a dick in your hand, stroking that shit to some pixels. And you're getting turned on by it. And then you want to go praise some dude who you don't even know, who's going through hell, just so that you can go to sleep at night feeling clean after you just did some dirty shit. But it's okay though, because you're human, right? It's okay because everyone else is depleted. It's okay because people are going to support you anyway, because at least you went 30 days and your life changed. Your life changed after 60 days. Oh my God, I'm a man now. I'm a fucking man because I held my nuts in for 60 days. My dog can hold his nuts in for 60 days and he doesn't throw a fucking fit. It's insane to me how you think a weak moment is not going to define you. That defines you. Oh, it's just a mistake. That mistake, it defines you. That shows you where you lie. That shows you who you really are, where your character is. That shows you what you truly value. That you aren't the man that you say you are. That you aren't as strong as you think or would like to be. That you're actually a weak fuck. And then you want to come on camera and say, you know what? I'm on this many days, guys. I'm back on track. If you relapse, you're going to get back on camera comfortably? You're going to get back on this shit and be like, you know what? I got the answers to SR because this relapse taught me a lot. It taught me how to learn, from my mistakes, and that everything is going well for me because I've been praying every day and meditating every day. That's not going to make up for your lack of energy.
I'm not saying this to say that 127 days is a lot. I just said this is the beginning. This is nothing. Nothing to be proud about. Absolutely nothing. It is amateur to think that you can go 100 days and think that you are some Buddha. It is amateur for you to even retain for 5 years and do absolutely nothing with your life. I've seen people who come on here and say, I've been retaining for 3 years. I've been retaining for 5 years. I've been retaining for 1,000 days. I've been retaining for fucking 10 years. What did you do? Why do you still look like you're living in shit? Why do you still sound like a bitch? Why do you still care? After 5 years, I wish I could feel what it was like to retain for 5 years straight. Are you fucking kidding me? And you want to come on camera? I make these videos because this shit is still new to me. 100 days, that shit is new. And you want to come on here and say, oh, I've been retaining for 5 fucking years. What the fuck did you do? You were just walking around in the cornfields for 5 years straight? Talking to God? What kind of spiritual journey is that? Where's the masculinity in that? Shit, if all I had to do was sit on my ass for 5 years, I mean, fuck, I think we all could do it. That's not the fucking point of retention. The point is to actually do something. Do something with your life. These kids with 20 days on them should not have more subscribers than you with 10 years under your belt. Something's wrong. That either means that you're not retaining for 10 years or these motherfuckers are some good ass liars. And they are making it seem like they got more knowledge than a motherfucker who's been retaining for 10 years. How you been retaining for 10 years and you don't have any money? How have you been retaining for 10 years, 5 years, and you are still living with your mom? How have you been retaining for 5 years, yet you don't have a fucking pound of muscle on you? Are you kidding me? The goal is not retention. That is a baseline. It is even amateur to think that this shit means something. That's how low we are as a society, that we have to come on here, talk about something that should be normalized, but it's not. That's how weak we are. Yeah, you want to go be weak? You want to go relapse? Okay. Yeah, I'll see you in the fucking morning and we'll see how you feel. First thing, the glow is gone. Completely. There is no, I'm going to retain a little bit. Yeah, your juice is gone. You have no gas in your tank. Go try lifting a fucking weight. You're going to sound like a bitch. Oh, this hurts. This is too hard. I can't believe I was doing this every day. Yeah. You have no test in you. So guess what? The world is going to be testing you now. You thought shit was hard on retention? Wait and see. Wait and see. And this is how I literally talk myself into continuing. And people want to say, oh, but you're doing it out of frustration. Yeah, but maybe, first of all, it's not always out of frustration. But you got to do what you got to do to fucking retain. Would you rather be frustrated with a full sack or frustrated with a fucking empty sack? So the excuses of you saying, oh, but this is unnatural. It's unnatural to go this long. It's pure frustration. We can see it in you. You're angry. You have to get rid of that wrath, man. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. I've seen women who are manlier than you. I hear women who have a deeper voice than you. And you want to talk, you need to get rid of that wrath, man. You need to be more positive. How's that working out for you? Where are you at? Since you have all the answers, where are you at? What did you do in the past 60 days? What did you do in the past 100 days? Even if you are on a higher streak, there is someone on 30 days who did more than you in 200 days because they weren't fucking around. They didn't just retain and sit on their ass all day watching SR content. They actually did something with their fucking life. And you, in a weak moment, want to spill your seed
your trajectory of life downhill. You're going up right now. You're retaining, you're going up. It may be slow, but it's going to fucking go up exponentially at one point. Exponentially higher, your life is going to change. You can't even comprehend how much change is actually going to happen in your life. But you have one moment of weakness, things are going downhill fast. You can't even sustain your own strength, and you want the world to be strong for you. Think about that when you feel like relapsing. This is how I talk to myself. And someone be like, you're too hard on yourself, bro. You're too angry, bro. You're too unaware of what it means to be a man. So you make mistakes that are normalized, that help you sleep at night, so that you don't have to do the work. And you can make excuses, and you can project your insecurities onto other people. But the longer that we retain, the further we will go, and our lives will be better, and we will laugh at you. And there's going to come a day. Right now, the split has not been so extreme, but there is going to come a day when a lot of men will be retaining, and we will not be here to help depleted fucks. We won't want to talk about it. We will leave you in the mud. We will leave you in hell to burn, and you will be looking for us. You will be looking to the retaining man for answers, and we will not be there.
I'm on 120 days of retention. Just got home from the gym, and these past couple weeks have been more exciting due to retention. I've been trying to let go of my limiting beliefs and make that a focus of my progression as I progress through obviously retaining, but becoming more conscious of my limiting beliefs in order to direct my consciousness, my frequency, into my desired frequency. Eventually seeing these reflections in my physical reality and the synchronicities and that actually happening is becoming a lot faster, and the synchronicities that are coming to me are positive, and they're happening a lot quicker than they used to, especially in comparison to being depleted. And I'm having more positivity within my mind. I'm having more energy, obviously. It feels like as I'm letting go of my limiting beliefs, the reflection of my reality is changing a lot. And that looks like people being kinder to me. Sometimes slowing down is the way to progress faster. And that doesn't mean not trying to achieve your goals, but going about it the right way, which is something that I've learned. And I think this past year it's something that was a important theme for me, to slow down when you need to slow down, and know when to move, and know how to think about things, and not be so stubborn, but be open to things changing in a way that you maybe not expect, but they're going to end up positive, and it's going to benefit you in the long run. So knowing when to slow down, knowing when to speed up is a big one. And not taking yourself so seriously has been something that has changed a lot on this streak. for me especially. I feel like I'm able to joke around a lot more. I don't know if I've mentioned this in previous videos, but I feel more charismatic on Semen Retention. I feel like I'm able to say whatever I want, joke around in the way that I want. You guys don't really see that side of me, but I'm able to feel comfortable in my skin, you know? And another thing is, especially with women, I never hold myself back. I never say things to please them or to please anybody. But I know that sometimes when you're depleted, you may think that the physical is so important. Like if you see a beautiful woman, that you have to be a certain way, or you have to be masculine. That's another thing that I've seen, especially on this streak on 120 days, is you naturally become that way. You naturally become a more masculine version of yourself. To me, that looks like not wasting energy on silly things when it's not needed, but then also being yourself and being maybe a little bit jokeful, or you're making, you're cracking jokes at the right moment, but also not maneuvering through the world in a way where you're wasting energy, but it's actually nourishing the moment, nourishing you to be that way. If it's the moment to joke around, then you'll be fed with positivity and joy in that moment. But if it's the moment to be serious and someone is trying to talk to you about some bullshit, you actually will not be, you won't have the need to be like necessarily neglectful in a physical sense. It's more like you're being mindful, so you don't give it attention at all. You won't say anything back to these people that are trying to direct the conversation in a way that isn't to your liking. And this is the first streak that I've been astral projecting since day 70. And I've also been meditating a lot more. I get a lot of questions on how I meditate, and you guys wonder how important that is. I like to make it a big part of my life because I have a lot of limiting beliefs. So I understand that in order to change these limiting beliefs as quick as possible, I must become conscious. And meditation doesn't always have to be you sitting down like in a dark room or whatever. It could just be you going for a walk, or you working out, and you just being conscious of your thoughts, and you just being mindful of what you're thinking. But I do make time to just sit down and just not listen to any music or any frequencies, even though I think that can be helpful at times. But I just sit down, usually for 30 minutes, sometimes an hour. But usually I like to cut my meditation sessions into like 30 minutes and do that a couple times a day. So you just 30 minutes, sit down, just really be mindful and focus on your breathing. And I find that my vibration raises, and when I'm done, I feel much more relaxed. Another thing is I feel like being able to channel my anger into the right areas is allowing me to not be angry throughout my day as much as I was like on day 60 or even day 90. Because you have so much energy, there's a lot of reasons to be angry. If you want to look for reasons to be angry, you will find the reasons to be angry, especially on retention. You might want to enjoy time with women, but you feel like it's a waste of time because maybe you're used to having sex and you just want to have sex, so you don't even see yourself going there anymore, so you're like, fuck, I can't even release, so there's no point. Or you feel like you wasted a lot of time being depleted, so now you're angry at your depleted self, and then you get on retention and you're like, I'm experiencing all these benefits, and I've experienced like my skin has been more clear, my eyes are white. I talk about the seriousness in your eyes a lot because it's something that it is reflection of a retainer that isn't there when you're depleted. And it's very raw. It's very relevant to being a retainer to me. Obviously, my voice has changed, and I feel like that has become a benefit that I enjoy, especially as a musician. But always the main focus, and like no matter what I say, always the main focus, I think I've said it a couple times, is just you expanding your consciousness and you really becoming more mindful. Another thing is I feel less prideful, maybe prideful in a different way. I'm not so attached to the number, even though I tell you guys the number because the number of days that I'm retaining, so that you can gauge what kind of benefits I'm experiencing during this time, and maybe you can relate to that. And also to let you guys know that I really am retaining. I think a lot of people think that this is so impossible, so they don't even think you're retaining. But then other SR creators, they never tell you the exact day they're on. It makes me question if they're actually retaining, because they could be on day 3 or they could be on day 300 and you won't know, you know, but they call themselves a retainer. And that's why I like talking about the days. But being more mindful has been very relevant to this streak and seam retention in general. My gains in the gym have been insane. Today's pump was fucking insane. I feel like I went to 2 different gyms in the last 2 days, which is fun because I usually work out in my home gym. And yesterday when I went to the gym, there was a lot of people looking at me while I worked out, like just looking, like just literally looking at me. Like I was doing rows, like the ISO rows, and you like stack weight on there. So I'm putting, you know, a few 45s on each side, and I'm hooded up so no one can tell how, you know, ripped you actually are. I don't really like showing my physique. I like to just have a hood on. That's why I have a hood on right now. But it seemed like people are interested in seeing like how the fuck are you able to lift that? We don't know what you look like. Or my perception is like the energy is so high that people just kind of want to see what you're doing or what kind of person you are. And then when I went to the locker room, like I seen a few people that were watching me work out. They try like following me into the locker room and seeing my physique and stuff. And I just see it as like appreciation. That's how I try to see it. I don't try to see it as anything weird. I see it as like people are just curious. That's another thing that I've noticed. You get a lot of attention from people. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's not. But the main benefit that I've experienced throughout this whole streak is a sense of solidity within yourself and confidence. And I've talked about this before, so I won't go too deep into it, but you just feel more childlike, but with a mature mind. And sometimes, like, I see comments like, I feel like some guy said he feels like an old man on retention, and I feel that sometimes. Like, not that I feel like old, I actually feel very young, and I feel like I began to de-age. Like, I look younger as time is passing because I have so much life force inside of me. And something that's really interesting, I've been thinking about, like, what is it going to be like when I retain for 9 months? Because that's how long it takes to make a baby. And it's said that 90 days is the amount of time that it takes for your sperm to mature. But I've never heard of anybody retaining for 9 months straight, which is really interesting, and I think is a really, you should be proud of yourself if you can retain in general, but that's I think an interesting time. So if you retain for 9 months, definitely let me know what that was like, because that's usually like, that's, you know, how long it takes to make a baby. So I feel like that would be a significant time frame because you're retaining your semen for the amount of time that it would take to have a full-blown, you know, newborn. And another thing,
my awareness that other people's journeys are, I don't want to say just as significant as mine, because yours is always the most significant, the most important journey. Your journey is the most important journey. But just a more like empathetic view. I feel like I don't always like going straight to the chakra system, because I think it's kind of a cop-out to say certain things, because at the end of the day, if you believe in that, it'll be something that works for you. But just for the sake of terminology, I feel like my heart chakra has opened more. And you can feel when you have resistance. That's another thing. When you're depleted, you're not aware of how much energy you're using for certain things. I've talked about this before. In conversations, you're more aware on retention of how much energy you're using. And you're aware of being depleted if you're talking to somebody. And you're also aware if you're being replenished when you're talking to somebody. You're also aware of how much energy you're using and how much life force you're wasting on making certain decisions. So I try not to think about the small things. And it becomes a lot easier as you retain. You don't really sweat the small stuff anymore. And there's a real trust in the divine. There's a real trust that you're going to be taken care of, because it's also something that's seen throughout your streak. You see, like, everything is just working out. Even when I think it's not working out, things kind of line up just perfectly. Like, I'll have days where I have certain things that I need to do, and I'm like, I don't really know how I'm going to, get all of this done, or I have to move around, or I have to go over here and then go over there, and it's like, I don't know how that's gonna work, like, and then it just does. I don't spend too much time thinking about it. I don't worry about it, and it just works out. It just plays, in my favor. And a lot of people want to do favors for you and be nice to you and help you out. And I feel like the longer I retain, the less negativity I'm being faced with. And even if I think the most negativity that I face is just on here in the virtual world, because it's like people want to hate you for retaining, but I just laugh at it. And that's another thing that I've noticed, is a lot of people want to pick on you because they see that you're different. And when you don't go with the crowd, a lot of people want to, you're just like an easy target, you're an easy pick. But when they really get to know you, when they see what you're really about, they understand that there's no competition, that they can't challenge you in any real way. People are always going to make fun of you because you're different, or you're retaining, or you value different things, or you take certain things very seriously. But then once they get to know you, like, I think a lot of people, they see some of my videos and they paint me out to be like a very aggressive, violent, narcissist. But if you really got to know me and you see where, like, my values lie, I think a lot of these people would end up liking me and end up, seeing that I am a genuine person. I'm not going to say I'm a good person, because I think that's, there's a threshold, but I can seriously say that I'm honest. And that doesn't mean I'm always nice, but I'm honest. And I'll tell you what I think. And the thing about retention is, you don't feel like you have to hide. You don't feel like you're less than anybody. You don't put anybody before yourself, because you understand that your journey is the most significant. And I'm going to play this character, and it's such a beautiful thing. And I'm kind of feeling a way about it right now. You can hear it in my voice. You're going to play this character for the rest of your life. You're going to be this person forever. And it's going to be a challenge for you if you don't care about this character. If you waste your life force energy, it's not just a nut. It's not just having sex or wasting time. It's the love that you have for the character that you're playing as in this game. And God trusted you to take care of this character. And I think there's a connection to your younger self
And I find myself thinking about my younger self a lot and wanting to show up for that kid and just be better. Be the person that he needed. Be the strength that he needed. And those are some of the things that you take very seriously. I'm not saying take yourself seriously, but I'm saying respect yourself in a serious way. And don't let other people walk over you. Don't let other people think that you need to humble yourself before them, because that is something that people are going to try to inflate your flaws in a way where you can look good, you can have a great physique, you can have money, you can have everything in the world, and they'll still try to find something, to find anything to make you seem like you're not the person you know you are. But it's always a projection because they feel weaker in your presence. And sometimes I get that feeling of like people want to try to impress you. People want to try to get your attention on them, get your energy on them, because your energy is so high, it seems so valuable when you're so focused on yourself, that even a look, that's why I'm very careful with who I look at or who I talk to, because I know that even a look is going to give someone a lot of energy. And that's something you need to think about on retention. So 120 days, how different is it from, let's say, 30 days? It's incredibly different. I think the benefits are going to be contrasting for everyone, in the sense that maybe in 30 days you're able to see a lot of the benefits, but honestly, I feel like 120 days is the new like 60 days. It never feels like a long streak when you're on it. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like 120 days once you get to 120 days, because you're just thinking, I want to go longer. I want to see who I'm going to become down the line. And this is fun for right now. This is enough, and it's satisfying right now. I have the energy to do the things that I want to do. And sorry, it's getting pretty dark already, but yeah, I really do value the presence. It's the presence within yourself that you have that is a great change, and the confidence that you have, the amount of energy that you have, the benefits, they quadruple over time. Your skin's going to become more clear. You're going to look even way younger. You're going to need less sleep. You're going to be more aggressive in the gym. You're going to be very energetic at times, but also know when to be calm and collected. It's like you don't need to listen to any masculinity advice, because at the end of the day, you're retaining masculine energy in its core form. And the more that you retain that, the more masculine you're going to be. And a lot of people who don't retain, they're going to see this, and they're going to try to, like I said, get your energy or get your attention in some type of way, so that they can, because even if you give somebody a look or you talk to somebody, they will feel instant ego boost and be like, oh, I know deep down this person is very, I can tell he's masculine through his mannerisms. That's something that is difficult to describe in total detail. I don't want to make this completely long. It's sometimes there's just so much that goes on with retention. The videos would be extremely long if I had told you guys every single detail, but your mannerisms change, like how you talk, how you move, how you integrate yourself in conversations or in social settings, or it's very different from your depleted self, and even from your 60-day self or your 90-day self. It increases, your masculine energy increases the more that you retain, and you become more of this solid being. But it's so solid within yourself. You don't really need much. You don't need anything outside of yourself, and you really get fulfilled off of just how you are. And it's something I really enjoy about retention. And I apologize for the dark video. I didn't think that the sun was going to set so quickly, but hopefully the audio is enough for you to get an idea of what this is going to be like. Or if you've already retained, then, you know, you remember what it was like during this time. Another thing is, I don't look at sexual content. I don't look at anything triggering, and a lot of that stuff, the idea of it really disgusts me. And like, even when I see women who are trying to be like purity, just really the idea of being a pure being, the idea of maintaining your purity, the idea of not, you know, being someone who is constantly acting out of just sexuality, you know, being like sexual. It just kind of turns me off sometimes. And I really am attracted to this idea of purity. And sometimes it's so difficult to maintain the positive preparation for that, preparation for others to be that way, because I mean, most people aren't that way, is what I'm saying. So you see so much debauchery in the world, and you're like, how do I maintain a positive idea of like, I can find that within other people, you know? So you just have to be satisfied with the purity within yourself and know that you're on the right path, and enjoying the smaller things, enjoying the simpler things of life is far more enjoyable when your dopamine has been reset and you're now retained. And just thinking positive thoughts throughout your day will really keep you, you know, going, and having a strong reason to do this. I don't see myself relapsing anytime soon, and I really hope that as I continue this, I know my mom won't change, but I think the only time I would ever ejaculate, the only time I want to ejaculate, is when I make a baby. And I know that if that day ever comes, then that baby would be very enlightened, because I'm transferring my level of consciousness through my DNA into that life form. You know, and when you're depleted, and you're just gonna have like an NPC baby. I mean, you're just gonna have that level of consciousness, you know? And I'm not sure if I even want to do that. So if I don't have kids, I'm gonna be retaining for like fucking 80 years. And you know, when you're 80 years old and you've been retaining for 80 years, you're gonna look 40 years younger. And a lot of people, they never get to experience this. They never get to experience what it's really like to retain. And you know, I've told you guys that these guys who are making SR content, they're edging you, and I really want to emphasize that it's all about your journey. And if you need a reminder, that's okay. But I think at the end of the day, it's great that we are having so many people remind us of this path. So continue retaining. You don't have to make a big deal out of the days unless you want to. There's going to be moments when you're angry. You know, be easy on yourself. I've learned to become more aware of being empathetic or with certain people, and understanding that depleted fucks are never going to understand what it's like. And sometimes the best thing you can do is just ignore them, because they're not going to understand anything you're saying anyway. And you really do feel bad for them. You're not trying to like be like, oh, I'm better than you, because that's not the case. It's, you're better for yourself. You want to be better for the people around you. So either, you know, be bitter or get better for yourself. And at the end of the day, I mean, they don't even know what they think. They don't even care about what they think. So you should really only care about what you think at all times. Even if you're speaking to another retained person, you should always put your opinion first. And that doesn't mean that you're not having a chance to grow from that opinion, but it's allowing yourself to be of most importance, you know? And I think I'm gonna cut the video out here because it's getting very dark, but I may make a part 2 to what it's been like to retain this long, because there's so many details within this that I haven't been able to touch. The energy in the gym, absolutely insane. The creativity boost in my music is increasing every day. The bars that I come up with, I punch in when I make songs. I freestyle and I punch in. I never write anything, and I say some things that are just like, where's that coming from? Like that is so original. Like that's so insane. It's like a fucking quadruple entendre, and I wouldn't be able to write this shit. Like it's absolutely mind-blowing, some of the things that you can actually come up with once you retain. And the ideas that you get are so fulfilling alone, and once you bring them into physical reality, it's like, wow, this is you'll have a lot of like, I'm a fucking genius moments. Like you'll have a lot of those moments. And you know, talent can only get you so far. Discipline is going to get you further. Hard work is going to get you further. And genius is just, you can't buy that shit, dude. You can't come up with that shit. Like, it is totally divine. It is allowing the divine to work through you. And while you retain, you're allowing your vessel to be a channel for positive divine energy. No matter what area of your life you want to focus, you know, direct that energy on, you'll see that happen. So definitely keep retaining it. If you're struggling, just, you know, don't be too hard on yourself, but allow yourself to challenge yourself and see that you're worth becoming a better version of yourself, and you're worth the pain, and you're worth letting go of the cheap dopamine, and it's really unfulfilling. I mean, you don't want to spend the rest of your life wasting your time and energy on people or things that don't value it. You know, the videos that you watch, or some of the girls that you're talking to, or even the friends that you're talking to, they don't value your energy because you don't value your energy. And people are going to value you way more. The more that you retain, people are going to want to be in your energy, and you have to protect your energy and protect this character, man. This is you. You only have this life for all you know. And take care of it. Respect it. Respect the life that God gave you. Respect the life force that God gave you. Respect other people, but most of all yourself. And then you can respect other people, and then you can love other people, and then you can be empathetic with other people. But if you don't give yourself a shot, how are you going to give other people a chance? You know, I say one thing. I say I want to rip someone's jaw off, or I'm feeling aggressive today, and all of a sudden I'm Darth Vader. All of a sudden, you know, I'm the villain. Most people don't have the depth to their personality to see that people are so much, and you have that depth within you on retention. You don't just cut someone short if they show you one side of themselves. Like you allow people to be themselves. You know what I mean? You allow people to have depth to them because you have depth to you. You know, people see the physique and they'll be like, oh, you care about working out too much. And they completely ignore the fact that I'm an artist. Or people see, you know, and listen to my music, and they'll completely forget that that's not all that I do, that I'm modeling as well. And then people see that and think you're a dumbass, or you have it easy because you're just, you know, caring about your looks. But every area of your life is a position for you to express yourself in that manner. That doesn't mean that you're stuck as being one thing. Just because you're a retainer doesn't mean that you don't appreciate people, or you don't see past the physical in women. You know, that's something that you're going to see a lot more within yourself as you retain, is you see past the physical in men and women. But, you know, you're attracted to women and you're like, wow, this woman is so beautiful, but I'm not even seeing her for her looks. Half the time I'm really trying to distinguish, like, is this motherfucker a good person? Like, what is your spirit like? So I'm gonna cut it here. I really appreciate everybody who watches these videos, and at the end of the day, take retention seriously. Go as long as you can. And if you relapse, get on it right away. Don't binge. Stay away from, the disgusting videos. Stay away from women who are obviously just wanting your energy. And the type of women that you're interested in is going to change a lot as you get on retention. But also there's a very thin line. Like take your life and your life force seriously, but also that doesn't mean you have to be a hard ass. That doesn't mean that you can't have fun. That doesn't mean that you can't joke around. And another thing I want to mention, I haven't talked about it much, but the documentary, it is a skit and it's in my Patreon. I can't post. I have a trailer for it. You can go on my Patreon and watch the trailer. It's free. There was a lot of effort that went into the documentary. So if you want to see it, it's just extra stuff. To me, it's like a comedy special that if you're really interested in seeing that, you can go see that. But the trailer is free on Patreon. And I can't post that on here. I fucking posted it on the second channel. It got strikes, and I posted the documentary multiple times on here. So if anybody watched that, thank you. But definitely, I'm going to make more content like that and continue making music and continue working on my physique. But end all, that's all to increase your vibration. That's all to say that's fun. Those are the habitual things. Those are the actions of physical reality. But expanding your consciousness and directing it to the frequency that you truly want to align with, that is the end goal. And semen retention is a huge backbone for that. The discipline that you have controlling your sexual energy is the most challenging discipline to maintain throughout your life, but it is also the most rewarding. I'm on day 70 of my new retention streak. I've had 100 days before and 78 days before. That's my second longest streak, so I'm cutting pretty close to that. Hopefully I can get past that shit pretty easily, but just wanted to talk about some of the benefits I've been experiencing and just give you guys a little check-in with what's been going on with me. Haven't really been posting much, haven't really felt like uploading anything. I've been having this urge to just withdraw from the world. I really don't care about much or people anymore. I really just want to spend time alone, and as weird as it may sound to some people, just raise my vibration, raise my frequency, and just be a real mental being. At 70 days, the energy is increased. I feel very clean too. That's another thing that's kind of new to me, is my insides feel clean. My mind feels extremely clean. And even on 30 days, I remember, feeling a little bit this way, but the longer I retain, now on day 70, I feel very clean. And it's a great feeling. No whore that you could fuck, no ejaculation will ever equate to that feeling alone. So if you need some motivation, you're definitely going to feel that way while you're on retention. The benefits, the physical benefits, superficial benefits that everybody wants to talk about, they're completely real. My voice is getting deeper every day. My skin has never been this clear. It could be because of a combination of a bunch of things: how I eat, my genetics, how I drink water, how I sleep. It's been tough to sleep. That's another thing you may struggle with as you continue retaining, is I really have to take quite a bit of melatonin way up until like 8, 9 in the morning is when I get even a little bit tired. And then I'll fall asleep for a couple of hours, and then I'm ready. As soon as I wake up, I get back to whatever I need to do. And this feeling of constant energy is not replaceable by any drug, by any sense of relapse or any validation you can get from any woman or anybody. And although the energy has been increasing, allowing me to pursue my endeavors at a more intense rate, I'm way more focused in my music. I have the ability to relapse whenever I want to, and I don't. I have a girlfriend, and she's with me in my house all the time, pretty much, and I could be relapsing whenever I want. I don't have any obligations, as far as, modeling and getting physically fit for my shoots, I really don't have any other obligations other than traveling when I need to. So I can wake up whenever I want. I don't have to work out. I could take rest days if I want. I don't have to record. I don't have to be, going after this, and that, but I do because I'm on retention. And it's like this pressure within you that is forcing you to become a better version of yourself constantly. There is no ejaculation that I've ever experienced that has made me feel this good. But just for the newcomers, if you really think this is placebo, I mean, look through the channel, look through all the comments and see that the majority of retainers are experiencing these very same benefits, if not very similar benefits. But I'm very thankful to have found this pretty young, but there's a sense of anger that comes, for me personally, with the peace. My life has never been this peaceful. It's more peaceful than any of my previous friends' lives. I don't have any friends anymore because I cut them all off. I tried to introduce retention to them and they thought it was ridiculous, and I don't want to be around any depleted fucks. But even with my life being peaceful and me having pretty much no obligations, me being able to do whatever I want, I find myself being more disciplined than ever because of retention. And this energy allows for you to feel, satisfaction with your internal state. You're directing your vibration now. But there's an anger. There is a clear sense of, I could have done this years ago if I wanted to. Could have became this person a lot sooner. But fuck, I have so much energy. Sometimes it's like I don't even know what to fucking do because I have too much. I have so much I want to do. You're like, what do I choose, right? But as soon as I lock into a particular activity, whether it's me making music, whether it's me working out, I feel the benefits instantly. Whether it's me, working out more intensely, or me being more focused and more creative when I'm making music, my voice sounding a lot better, my voice sounding not only deeper but sharper, and I'm able to articulate myself and come up with shit that I would not be able to come up with if I was a depleted fuck. So those are some of the benefits that I feel in my personal life. But yeah, like I said, for any newcomer, it's like your skin getting clear. It's very real. Your eyes becoming white. It's like your vessel is purifying and it's reflecting off of you. A lot of people care about the women attraction, the magnetism, the intimidation factor, you intimidating other men because you have so much energy. It's all real. It's real, but I don't want to get into it because it's pointless. And the physical benefits are pointless, You being full of fucking test and you being able to put on muscle now and you actually being disciplined. At the end of the day, it's cool, it's good, it's beneficial for you, but it's pretty pointless. What I want to really talk about is the change in energy and the change in consciousness. I'm building more of a disgust, and I've said this in previous videos, but I'm building a level of disgust with the world itself, and so much of it. I'm able to appreciate a lot of the natural earth and people sometimes, but like I said, I don't feel like I need anybody. I don't feel like I want to be around people lately. That's kind of why I haven't been posting as much, but I can't go on the internet anymore. It just feels like a fraud. Like everything feels fake. Every time you go on the internet, there's some bullshit. It's all debaucherous in nature. I mean, everything that's put on a pedestal and everything that's famous, whether it's people or products or, ways of thinking, it's all debaucherous. I mean, you can go to religion and say it makes you feel safe and, it makes you feel honorable and righteous, but it's the same shit. It's a form of mind control, so you don't think about yourself and you don't believe in your own power. Power to me is the seed of life, and I'm holding it every single fucking day. That is real power. That your sac contains real power, and it's going to give you more life. If you want to expel this, whether it's to a screen or some bitch, you're basically throwing away not only your DNA, bone marrow, vitamins and minerals, your blood, but life itself. Hopefully the video didn't cut out right now. My camera's about to die, but life itself is what's being expelled from you as you deplete yourself, right? You have the power to create another life. You are the life giver as a man. You give life with your seed. So when you start retaining that, you are now giving life to yourself. You are now providing more energy for you to think more clearly, not only be more productive, but think on a deeper level than you were before, because you didn't even have the energy. You didn't have the life, the seed of life in your brain, flowing through your brain. So now on day 70, it's like, yeah, I'm feeling the peace, but there's a lot of moments of anger. And that comes from, I used to be depleted. And I used to be, whether it was me relapsing a couple times, before my 100-day streak, it was a struggle to get there. That's why I've only ever reached 100 days. And now I'm on day 70. I don't feel very proud of it. I don't feel like, oh my God, this is crazy. I'm so proud of it. I reached 70 days. It's nothing to me. And I just want to continue this. I want to continue encouraging you to retain your life force energy. Understand that there is nothing that you can do to replicate this power. It is the most powerful practice you can do. To me, it is the natural state of a man, and it's going to show you parts of yourself that were previously hidden, but parts of reality that you weren't able to actually digest and understand until you have enough fuel within you, until you have enough processing power in your brain to understand what's actually going on. I'm trying to keep this video pretty short, but I want to talk to you guys about some of the things that's been going on. I've been not only feeling disgusted with life in the sense of how society is formed, but I've also felt more powerful because of it. It's like I have a shield around me that even if I am angry, it's instant ability to channel that into something productive, whether that's making music, whether that's working out, and sometimes meditating, but also taking time to really appreciate what I have, taking time to really appreciate how my life is set up right now and the person that I am and who I'm becoming. When you're depleted, there's no pride. When you're depleted, there's no honor in that. There's definitely no honor in you touching yourself, and there's definitely no honor in you just having sex. I mean, who gives a fuck? Okay. So many men place their value on their sexual partners or how much sex they're having. They're losers. Get it out of your head. If you're in high school, if you're in college, no matter how old you are, get it out of your head. Be better than these losers, these idiots who think that having sex is cool. Be better than these motherfuckers who are gooning all day. Be better than your previous self. Be the man that you really want to be. Be the man that it's out of your wildest dreams. You can do that. It's in this lifetime. It's accessible in this lifetime. It's available to you with this power and with this power only. And I want to provide some motivation to myself and all the other retainers out there who may be struggling or who just need a reminder, but you've never felt this clean, bro. You've never felt this strong. You have never felt like so confident in yourself until you get on retention. And it's not like this fake cockiness. It may seem that way to other people, but it's so real. It's such like a grounded confidence that other people are not able to compare. They rely on external forces. I could be talking about all types of bullshit that I don't even want to mention about how, great my life is or how other people's lives are, so great, but they rely on those things as confidence. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about money. I don't give a fuck about what car I drive or the type of house that I'm living in. I don't give a fuck about, how other people perceive me or my girlfriend or my relationship. I don't care. I care about my seed, and that's all that I care about. And using this power to pursue my endeavors and become as powerful as I can be in those areas. That is all I care about. And influencing my consciousness. This is the benefit that I appreciate the most on retention. Having the power to dictate where my energy goes. I'm not spread all over the fucking place like these depleted fucks. I have pure life force energy flowing in me every day and fucking night. And I have the ability to dictate where my vibration is going. And the most important thing about retention and in general, in life in general, is you expanding your consciousness to the point where you can't even imagine right now. Your highest self is constantly sending you ideas, constantly downloading. You're downloading, receiving ideas and thoughts that are going to benefit you while you're on retention. When you're depleted, you're in hell. You're in a vibration of hell, okay? And people want to talk about, oh, hell is a real place, all the religious fucks in the comments. I'm going to get rid of you. You get the fuck out of here. Go to a Christian channel. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious. I'm not anti-religion, but Don't bring that bullshit over here and act like we're all gonna get with it. This is about men, masculinity, and actually becoming your best self through the only power that exists in this fucking world. Anybody who has done anything that is actually important in this life and in all lifetimes is holding their fucking seed in. And they got the power straight from God himself, because life is in their fucking balls. And that's the only thing that life can come from. Everything else is fake. Everything else is just fraud, and nothing is ever going to compare to the actual power of your seed. So when I get back to what's important, it's expanding your consciousness. Fuck the benefits that are superficial. Fuck all of your women attraction. Fuck all of the intimidation. Yes, that's going to happen, but I don't give a fuck. Who cares if some dude is scared of you because you've been holding your seated? Is it going to happen? Yes. Your energy is so strong now. You can't feel it. You feel it maybe on a subtle level, but you can't feel what these other motherfuckers feel. They're depleted. So they have no force. They have no shield. They have no agenda. They have no power to throw their own force at you. Everything is coming at them. So imagine you walk in the room and all these people everyone's pretty much depleted. You come in the room, it's like a fucking earthquake is happening energetically. It's like this pure presence that everybody can feel, because everybody knows what life force at one point felt like. But you get in the room and it's like a magical fucking experience. You see people, acting all types of ways, acting weirder than they did when you were depleted. People are taking you into consideration more than they ever have. People are respecting you more than they ever have. People are being kinder to you, more friendly with you, more than they ever have, more than you've ever experienced. Bottom line, these things don't fucking matter. How far can you take your consciousness to surpass what these motherfuckers built for us and the walls that they built for us? Jesus was never trying to tell you, oh, come follow me because I'm God and I'm the only one Christ. He was saying that everybody is a Christ. Everybody has the power of reaching Christ consciousness. I'm trying to expand my consciousness to the highest point fucking possible. And what I was saying about your highest self, all the downloads and ideas that you're receiving is the lowest part of your highest self. It is the lowest part of your highest potential. Meaning that you can only ever receive the lower part of your higher self. Because if you were able to actually receive more, which you need more energy for, so you got to retain more, you probably wouldn't be able to handle. If God came to your front door and said, this is what you're meant to do in this lifetime, if you retain long enough, if you have enough energy, if you accept me and my beingness, because that's what's living within you, you have God within you. It's the power of life within you. If you accept that and you actually allow yourself to become as powerful as you want to, more than you want to be, you wouldn't believe the shit he would tell you. So that's why all the downloads you receive, yes, they're positive in nature. I'm not saying don't appreciate them. It's the lowest fucking part of your higher self. So the more you continue to retain, things are going to get better for you. More good luck is going to come your way. You're going to be put in positive situations. Opportunities are going to come to you that you can actually take advantage of because you have the fuel to do so now. Don't fucking go back. Don't listen to these motherfuckers in the comments that are saying retention is cope, that you're doing this for women attraction. Don't listen to these motherfuckers that have no idea what they're fucking talking about. They don't have the balls to even do this shit. They don't have balls, period. You need to listen to yourself. You need to retain, and you need to focus on doing whatever it takes to retain and getting rid of any bad habits that you know are holding you back. I used to smoke weed and I thought that it would get rid of urges. I thought that it was taking me to higher streaks. It's stupid, bro. Just stop it. Stop smoking weed. Get rid of the alcohol. I don't drink. I don't smoke. And all I do is care about my seed and make sure that I am living in alignment with my highest self. Some people may look at that and be like, that's fucking stupid. You're supposed to be here to have fun. You're here to do all types of shit. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You retain long enough, the world will disgust you. It will be like you're looking at a bunch of children pretending to be adults. It's like people will be way older than you and they're acting like little boys. And you'll look at these women who previously, when you were younger, you look at these adults and you think that they have some authority. They are children in adult bodies. And until you retain, you're going to be a child forever. And not only that, your vessel is going to be completely fucking destroyed if you continue to deplete yourself. Unless you're retaining, you will never experience the physical benefits of retaining muscle, building muscle faster. Your vessel is going to be not refurbished at all. It's going to be in a depleted state constantly. You're going to look dead. Why the fuck you look at these people that are constantly gooning, constantly having sex with people? They're relying on external forces to make them feel good. As a retainer, you need nothing. You need absolutely nothing from nobody because everything is coming from you. You are now the source. So when you ask, what's the point of doing retention? You are becoming something that this world has never fucking seen before because this world has never been in alignment. It's been built off of evil and debauchery. You have to understand that you are becoming something this world cannot handle, that is not from this world. It is just like Christ said. I'm not saying that there aren't tools in these religious books. I'm not saying that they're not always speaking truth or they're completely fake. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't buy into religion as a way of conforming my mind into these fucking rules that other people built. You retain your seed and see where it takes you. You retain and see the man that you become. Everything that you previously were attracted to, whether it was women, whether it was forms of entertainment, whether it was false pursuits that you thought were going to bring you some fucking happiness, it all flies out the fucking window. All you care about is something deeper than this world can actually offer you. Your value goes through the fucking roof. You don't want to hang around these bitches anymore. You understand, you start looking better than these bitches. You don't want to hang around your old friends. They're fucking losers. They're over there gooning. They're over there fucking whatever whore thing they can get their hands on, thinking they're of value. They have no nuts. They have no life force within them. They don't even have their own DNA within them. How can you believe or trust in someone who can't even be themselves? They don't have their own DNA in them. So on day 70, I'm not only able to be more disciplined in myself, I'm not only able to have the energy to actually go after my goals, but I'm caring about the things that actually matter in this lifetime. When you die, do you think your consciousness is just gonna automatically fucking shift and you're gonna be in heaven? This is practice, bro. This is fucking school ground right here, right now, in this fucking moment. For you to understand that your vibration, your frequency, your vibration dictates what you're going to experience. As soon as you die, it's not going to be any different. I want to expand my consciousness and surpass even what I believe to be my highest self. So am I going to relapse? No. Am I going to even think about it? Even think about entertaining the idea of, oh, making a child and, having a family and buying into the system's bullshit. It's all a part of their fucking game. Go and get married. Go waste your fucking seed. Go entertain these bitches. Like I said, I don't know if I said it at the beginning of this video, but I'm not even having sex anymore with my girlfriend. Some of you are like, oh, but you need to please your girlfriend or just break up with her. She wants to be around me and I don't even fuck her. I don't care. She's with me every day and she's doing all the things you guys want women to do for you, but you can't get a woman to do it for you because you're fucking feminine and you have no seed. Women will want to be around you for your sheer fucking presence. After being with a retaining man, you think she can't even stand men. She can't stand anything. Once you get with a retaining man, these women will not, they're fucked forever. I'm sorry to say it. I'm not trying to get at women here, but it's the fucking truth. After being with a retaining man, you cannot experience regular men anymore. They're disgusting to you. And everybody out here is a fucking depleted fuck. There's much more to a relationship and any type of relationship than just fucking or just getting some validation or doing some stupid shit. If y'all all have the same goal of expanding your consciousness and vibrating higher and higher so that you can actually get into alignment with your higher self, there's no reason for you to just go into a fucking hole and say, fuck the world. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, fuck the bullshit. Doesn't mean that I don't have to integrate myself into the world at all. But along with that, you also have to understand that doesn't mean that I'm willing to waste my fucking energy. That doesn't mean that I'm willing to just waste my seed, even on my girlfriend. And I don't care. I tell her, no, I'm not having sex. I'm not going there. I don't care. I'm not going to waste my energy, waste my seed. I'm not going to buy into the system's bullshit and the narrative of what they told us as men, what we need to do to be considered a man. You see all these grown-ass boys and their fathers, and they can't even discipline themselves sexually. How the fuck do you think the simplest fucking thing, the simplest instinct that you should have control over, and you're gonna raise children of your own. This is what they want you to turn into so that you can raise another generation of fucking slaves for the system. Until you retain, you're not going to have any power. Until you retain, you're not going to have the intellect to think for yourself. You're going to constantly be buying bullshit to make you feel better. You're constantly going to be doing stupid ass shit to make you feel better, whether it's doing drugs or hanging around bullshit women, hanging around bullshit friends. You're never going to feel fulfilled until you fucking retain. These gooners, depleted fucks, whatever in the comments are still making excuses. So when do I release? When is it time for me to bust? Because I care so much about those 15 seconds. I can't wait till I bust again. I can't wait till I fuck again. I can't wait till I have some titties in my face and I can just take myself to pussy land and then I'm gonna feel good about myself. You guys are fucking idiots. The only real men on this earth are fucking retainers. They're the only real men. And everybody who tells me to stop cussing, to stop speaking a certain way, to stop dressing or looking a certain way, fuck you. It is completely feminine to care about what another man looks like or the way another man talks. I'm going to continue to say fuck. I don't care about being monetized. I don't put ads on any of these fucking videos. There's people with less subscribers than me, people with 2K subs, 3K subs, whatever. And whether they're making spiritual content or semen retention content and they're charging you for the bullshit that they're saying. How many times do you need someone to tell you to hold your fucking nuts in? I'm never going to put ads on these videos. I'm already taking enough of your fucking time anyway. I want this information to be free. I want this information to be accessible. I want this information to encourage you to do the right thing for you as a man. All these motherfuckers are trying to make money off of you. They're trying to edge you with the same fucking silly bullshit. All the women attraction bullshit. All the intimidation bullshit. Oh, you're going to look prettier. You're going to look healthier. You're going to be healthier physically. It's all cool, but it's bullshit. What you need to focus on is your own mental and understanding that your mental, your thought forms and your vibration, which is your thoughts, is the only thing that is dictating your life experience. How the fuck are you going to be a depleted fuck and try to think your way around it? Your body, your physical fucking body and your spiritual body is going against you. You're not even going to be able to materialize anything as a depleted fuck. You're going to be attracted to debauchery. You're going to be attracted to bullshit because that is your level of frequency. You don't have life force within you. So until you retain, you're not going to get anywhere in life, really. I told you, the people who have accessed the highest levels of consciousness, the people who have actually invented and changed the world permanently over time, they have always been retainers. I'm not saying every man is built for retention. I saw a couple of comments on one of my previous videos of motherfuckers making excuses saying that, it's just too hard. It's just too difficult, and I accept that I'm going to watch porn forever, or I'm going to be fucking off forever. You're literally looking at yourself and your future self, and you're saying, fuck him. Fuck the body and the consciousness that God gave me. I'm going to spit in his face, and I'm going to make excuses for it. Do you think you're going to do anything worthwhile in this fucking life if you don't retain your seed? Do you think you're going to fuck a bitch and feel good about it more than 15 seconds? Do you think that you're going to watch a porn video, and it's going to change your life? How long are you willing to continue the cycle? There's so many men who are constantly talking about, oh, I just relapsed. There's nothing wrong with getting back on track after you relapse, after you made a mistake. But stop indulging in the fact that that's who you are. Stop identifying with that shit, okay? And stop making excuses like there's some lust demon that's coming after you, and trying to get you to fucking relapse. There's nobody outside of you. There's nobody that is trying, no external force of evil that is trying to get your fucking seed so that you can relapse. It's a fucking excuse, and you still have a program of excuses in your fucking mind that is going to allow you to even go in that direction in the first place. You can't go there. You have to block the fucking door, tear it down, and go retain. That's all you need to do. And stop watching these videos. Stop watching retention videos and go make your own channel. Do you see how many subscribers, all the retainers that we have on this channel? I've told you, and I'll say it again, we could take over the fucking world. If you guys start stepping on these motherfuckers' necks and we actually make it known that this evil, the debaucherous nature of society and the over-sexualization of people and men and women both is it's not only fragile and it's not only bad and unnecessary and evil, but it's pathetic. If we can actually step on these motherfuckers' necks, make semen retention the majority, eventually there will be enough men taking accountability, because the way that women are right now, and y'all always want to blame women on this, blame women on that, the reason that the way they are now, they are this way because of us. Women are this way because there are no real men in the fucking world anymore. And until you pick up your fucking sack and go the way you're supposed to go, that God made you to go, you're never going to experience anything really fulfilling in your life. You're going to just chase a bunch of bullshit and think it's really making you happy. You're never going to excel in anything. And all the relapsers or, depleted fucks who are constantly making excuses saying, oh, I can still go to the gym and, I can still attract girls, or I can still have sex, every once in a while. I always see the same types of excuses from people who are like, well, I'll retain for 30 days, but I have to have sex after day 30 because it's too much for me. It's a fucking excuse. You're literally saying you're too weak. You're doing whatever typed out paragraph you got going on, and it's really just a long version of saying, I'm weak, I can't retain. But if you, as a retainer, publicize this journey, publicize no matter how it starts off for you, eventually more people are going to catch on, and you will be stepping on the necks of these depleted fucks and making them understand that they are pathetic. And when that happens enough, the world will truly change. The retaining man doesn't only bring all the physical benefits and the discipline and the energy. It is such a way of being that I cannot explain unless you do it. You affect everybody around you. You're a walking ray of light. You're just light itself. And as negative and as much of an asshole as I may seem sometimes on these videos, you have to understand that this is pure strength. This is what a man is supposed to be like. And I'm becoming more of the version of myself that I truly want to be the longer I retain. If I depleted myself, like I said, I have the ability to do so whenever the fuck I want. If I depleted myself, there's no pride in that, first of all. I wouldn't be letting myself down only. I would be letting you down and everybody down that relies on me to be a reliable person, a trustworthy person. It's not just opening the fucking gates of lust. It's not just opening the gates of sex. It's not just opening the gates of, oh, I'm going to go bust a nut because, I want to feel good. It's not just that. It's not just pleasure. It's everything that is on that equal frequency. So you're not thinking the same anymore. You're not thinking from a place of, how do I better myself? You're not thinking from a place of, how do I better other people's lives? You're no longer thinking from a place of like, how do I improve life itself? That's what we as men, we're here to do that. Yet you are giving away the only thing that really matters, which is your seed. Giving it away to some bitch on the screen. Giving it away to some bitch you barely know. Giving it away to some bitch that you married, which is your wife. And she has a label now, so you can go nut with her because all of a sudden she has a ring and a label. Like it makes any difference. Your seed in someone else is you not having power. Your seed in a fucking tissue is you being a pathetic loser for the rest of your fucking life until you get your shit together. So all the people who are saying, oh, I'm peaceful, my life is so good now that I'm on retention, that's cool. You can have a peaceful life. Like I said, my life is more peaceful than ever before, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be angry. You can also experience peace and learn how to control and channel your fucking anger. How are you not angry that society, women, and all your friends have basically manipulated you into being a depleted fuck for the longest time? Some of these motherfuckers are well into their 60s and they just found out about retention. Do you know how angry I would be if I was 60 years old and all of a sudden I find out that my seed was actually worth it? Think about that the next time you think about busting a fucking nut and you're on here like, oh, this is about to feel so good. I'm about to hit the baddest bitch. You are dying. You are killing yourself. And you are taking your future self and killing him too. Stop it. Just stop even indulging in the thought. Like I said, it's not just opening the door to lust. It's opening the door to everything else on that frequency. Poverty, bullshit, chaos, pure fucking chaos. How are you going to manifest, materialize, and maintain order as a man if your own internal being is full of chaos, full of fucking nothing? You don't even have nuts. How are you going to be full of life if you're not full of life yourself? How are you going to see that life is fulfilling if you are not full of your own seed of life? Keep retaining.